Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Let's continue our run. Last time we set up a rail line that is now slowly being built. We set up more residential area here as well. This time I'm going for quite a tight urban area, and we'll see if that works out or not. Hopefully it doesn't run into any problems. And otherwise, we are trying to make a profit on all of our currencies, which right now is a bit of a struggle. Ruble shouldn't be a problem because we are only exporting to that currency, but US dollar we are importing everything. So there might be a few problems in that regard. Maybe we need to upgrade this road to asphalt at some point. Make sure everything is a little bit more efficient. Our rail construction office is working well, but very slowly. We only have one rail construction vehicle and that's not going to change. We're going to make a single rail line all the way to the logging camp. And then we still have to build a depot and a refueling station on the rail line to allow the trains to run without issue. Just for planning purpose, I think the road's gonna go along here, cut through this mountain a little bit, and then come down here, and more stuff will be on this side at some point. I'm placing this right now because I think the train depot will be in this area around here. And I wanted to make sure that I planned the road before I start placing things. I really enjoy flattening this, having flattened this area before starting to build. Makes it super easy to get things placed down. And I think it also looks a little bit better. But maybe I can incorporate the idea of having multiple plateaus and giving some height difference to an area. Not for this one is a small town right now, but in the future, for other areas, we could use that. We caught the crime early, so everything seems to be in order. Loyalty is looking pretty rough already, down at 33%, but that's because, well, the prisoners are gonna have 0% loyalty when they release because of our prison regime. They will have no criminality and they will be happy. They will have done significant amounts of sport, they will have cultural enjoyment, but they will be super disloyal. But hopefully they can reintegrate and just move in, look at the nice statues, and regain some loyalty before they try to escape. One plan that was made in chat last time was that we should maybe build a construction office on another customs house, because then we could procure a faster rail construction vehicle. But I'm not sure if I want to do that right now because of money constraints. I really want to avoid taking loans and already getting into a situation where things have to speed up. What I would rather do is maybe build another settlement and start a farming community with money that would be spent on a rail construction office plus an EDK, which would be super expensive. So maybe this area could be turned into that. Having some fields here, some farms. It looks like there's a natural, well, somewhat natural trench here and here. This terrain is pretty rough. I think I'm going to plan the depot and the refueling point right now. It'll have to be built that vehicles from the depot can go to any place. So if we have a side junction here, it can enter this railroad and go anywhere. But then the refuel point also needs to be accessible from all these 3 points then. So we can't have that on the same point there. I think the depot is probably less important. And the refueling point should be easily accessible and a little bit more central. But they also want to go from the depot to the refueling point as a first stop. I think maybe I have the depot here and the refueling point in front of the depot. Maybe that will work nicely. I think that will work. That gives us basically easy access to both of them. So the idea is to have a depot along the road. I'll redo this road, but yes, in general this is right. Give it a little bit of a curve. And then we'll have a refueling point, the train diesel station here, which will need a power line, but that's fine. And we'll put it in front and slightly offset, so one train line can go past and the other two, or two train lines can go past, and one train line also goes through the refueling station. And that should make it easily accessible for everyone, while also allowing the vehicles from the depot to go through this. And then we just have to hook up into this area. I think that will be not that difficult. And then from here we just hook up into a corner, a large one, to make it look a little bit more authentic, into our existing rail line. Making sure we have enough distance from this area to the potential junction, so the closest we can be should be about here. Our trains at most will be 155 meters long. Well, actually, we don't have distribution offices, so our trains can be whatever we want them to be. I guess I'll give it a little bit more distance. But they won't be longer than 155 meters because the loading-unloading speed gets reduced then. But then again, the longer my trains are, the easier it is to let the market price recover, because we will export more resources at one time. I think this will be fine. And we don't really need a double track into the depot right now, but we have it planned. Yeah, the main important thing here is the fuel connection. something like that. I'm going for a single track only right now. We only really need one refueling line, I think. We will have a larger rail yard at some point, but this is not going to be it. This is going to be a single rail yard for our logging trains. And I think this setup will work well. Only thing we still need is electricity, and then it should be fine. And not that much. But then again, the train diesel station has more power consumption. No, it doesn't. 50 kilowatts, 0.05. That's very low. Power is coming from this transformer. And I think I'll use an above ground wire, even though I might regret it. But I think in this area it will look nice. 0.65 megawatts should be sufficient. I don't have any other construction planned here right now. And as we saw, taking these ones down should not be too difficult if we need to make a change. Let's see where our power line would go along the road. So we'll go up to here and then cut across. And then make it so that the power line actually has another power pole in front of the road. Let me redo that. That'll provide electricity to the area, and looks like it was a little bit planned. We'll have to wait for a very long time for the rail construction to finish, but that's fine. Electronics are out, but the truck bringing electronics is on its way right now, so maybe I need to change the truck settings a bit. Wait, where's the truck? Oh, the truck is here. I need to change the resources in this, since it seems like we're using electronics a bit more than anticipated. So I'll increase the... oh, the clothing storage is too much. Actually, I think we'll be fine if I load electronics before clothing. If I go to the customs house, load electronics first, and then go to the clothing domestic warehouse, we should be fine, because then I will always have enough electronics. I think the truck probably didn't have a lot right now, and that was the problem. We'll see. We will always have the set amount of electronics, 2.3 tons, and then the rest will be filled with clothing. I think we had a very low amount of the settings that I made. And it's only electronics missing, so it's not too much of a problem. Some people will get a little bit disloyal, but I guess we could also lower the amount of electronics that we're providing to our citizens that way by reducing the percentage. So they still get some electronics every now and then, but most of the time they don't. 2.3 tons, and then we see how much clothing we get in there, and hopefully this is a better balance. But yeah, if I load it this way, should make more sense. Because then I can set whatever I want as clothing, it doesn't matter, I have my 2.3 tons and the rest is clothing. The other way I was probably overfilling it with clothing and didn't even have enough room. 3.2. I had 4.5 tons set, so 1.3 tons more, which reduced the electronics by a significant amount. So this should hopefully be a better balance. Maybe not in the beginning. I will send you out once more right away. Also, you're going to the wrong customs house. I don't want to buy electronics from the... well... I guess we'll continue buying electronics from the east, for now. It's our only expense. We'll see what happens. And if money gets tight, or if it's too much, we can change it away from rubles, but right now it seems to be okay. So junction-wise, one of the things that might become a problem is if a train arrives here wanting to refuel, and then it wants to go back out but into the storage. Up to here. Oh, it's 160 meters, that's fine, that's plenty. So it can go in, refuel, go back out, go in here. And the same is true for here, what I already measured. That's also 166 meters, also plenty. We will have to build those, so we will build the infrastructure to it, but we won't build the buildings unless we actually can have trains, otherwise we will have to maintain them without actually needing them. Only way to unload electronics, not to close, and should be fine long term. Yeah, but I want to... I have it currently set to wait until the clothes are unloaded. And I kinda want it to stay that way, and maybe give them less electronics. I could have switched around the wait until unloaded as well, but I chose to fix it with the amount of resources instead. Because if I wait until electronics are unloaded, then the clothing might become the issue the same way at some point. I guess this resource balance is... well, if electronics get used up the most, then you are probably right. I thought it would be clothing. But if they are using electronics faster than clothing, then you are correct. Let's check the consumption. I mean, I can check the statistics, I should do that. Citizens' facilities last year. Yeah, electronics consumption is higher. You are right. We have to wait for electronics, not for clothing. So we load as many electronics as possible, then the rest with clothing. Then we unload all the clothing. And then we unload the electronics and wait until unloaded. Electronics consumption goes up long term. I thought the electronics production decreased, not the consumption increased. I thought it was that the production became more expensive because the process to make electronics became more difficult. So it produced fewer electronics. But I don't know. It might be consumption that changes. How's our clothing factory doing? Still could use more workers. We're not bringing enough. We still have local facilities that need more workers in general. We're still waiting for population growth. And I still need to build more houses. I want to at least run the clothing factory as good as possible, as much as possible, to make as much profit as possible. second clothing factory will probably start decreasing the price, making it less efficient. But yeah, I would like it to run somewhat profitable. Oh wow, that's a lot of clothing in here. Maybe it does balance. Maybe it continuously shoves clothing in here regardless. Once the internal storage fills up, it decides to move clothing into both storages. I thought it wouldn't, because I thought the truck would be fast enough running back before the factory filled up enough, but I guess it isn't. So that's a good, hello Tillman, that's a good call, good shout out. We should check which resource is used up the fastest. I think definitely for the repair station it's the mechanical components and the rest is fine. Also I made the mechanical components the larger storage, so it should always be fine. If we run into issues, I will make one of these storages asymmetric, larger than the other one, and that should deal with the issue. Right now they're both 50% with the electronics having a smaller storage, which also exacerbated the issue. But I think the new setting should make it work fine. Because clothing has the larger storage, so if we wait for electronics it should be okay. Oh, I guess for the repair station it could be the same issue, that one of the smaller, less used resources runs out before the truck heads back. So in here it could be the same issue. We're waiting for mechanical components, we have a lot of them loaded. Plastics, for example, is already out. We still have 0.32 tons, but I guess the issue could be the same in this. If repairs require plastics, and then they stop repairing because plastics are missing, and we still have a ton of mechanical components. I think I need to probably increase the amount of resources stored. Reduce the amount of resources stored, increase the amount of the other resources. Or I need to wait for one of the less important resources. But it is mostly mechanical components, so I would like to make it wait for mechanical components. I'm also not sure why it doesn't have plastic. I don't think we have used plastic recently. If it becomes an issue, I will just increase the truck storage of plastic. And we are loading everything at the same time. So the smaller resources should fill up before the mechanical components fill up. Yeah, I will increase plastics if it becomes an issue. That should solve it. With maybe a few adjustments. Well, in rubles last month we had imports of electronics. Very expensive. But there should be profit this month, because we're only exporting. Trying to have a food and an alcohol production line is probably the right idea. I am, however, not sure if we should build it down here. I think we should. If we have a farm directly attached to a food factory, that would probably be the best. A farm into a grain silo into a food factory. And if you make the grain silo large enough, then we don't need any transportation until we have the produced food. Alcohol would be the best export good because it is very condensed, very small compared to food. So it requires fewer deliveries for exporting. And if I start building over on that side, going to the customs house on the west is going to be quite far away. But if I want to produce domestically, then I guess it doesn't matter that much. This terrain is really interesting. Sometimes it feels a bit weird, but mostly it's interesting. We have stopped building our tunnel because I want to start earning some cash before we spend more time and resources building our tunnel network. I could assign one building to go to the bus stop. That would increase our production quite a lot. I don't think it would affect anything negatively here. I think all buildings are well supplied with workers. So maybe I should try to do that. Our higher education rate is 112 highly educated workers, which is quite low. So I should be careful which building I do assign. This one has 9 highly educated workers. 3, 24, 28. So this would be the best building. But actually it doesn't matter, because I do not pick up highly educated workers from this bus stop. Only for construction tasks is everyone picked up. But yeah, I'll still assign one with a very low amount of highly educated workers to reduce the chance of accidentally picking someone up. And this will provide a lot more workers into the area. And if they don't get picked up, then they can resume work in other facilities. But the buses will pick up everyone. We have a lot of bus capacity here. Crime at the bus stop. Well, we caught it. Minor crime. Loitering. Graffiti. Someone didn't pay for a ticket. All of that good stuff. So, 150 workers are basically taken out of the cycle for the city and put into our clothing factory, which should increase the amount of workers here by quite a lot. But then again, we're also taking workers to the road construction office, which is also useful. I need to make sure that if workers come back here and aren't unloaded into the rail construction office. Actually, I should probably just reduce the amount of vehicles on this line. We have 3 vehicles for 200 seconds. No, that's okay. This makes it so that the rail construction office continuously runs and doesn't get overfilled. Looks okay. So not all of them might go to the rail construction office, but a lot. All of them have an education. Should be fine. I think I'm gonna build an indoor pool. I think the population count is probably large enough where that makes sense. We're starting to have a few escapes already. Which is fine, as long as the birth rate is higher than the death and escape rate. But it's getting like to 50%. We also have to pay attention to the heating in the area. Our heating plant only has so much capacity. And the more residential buildings we build, the more we are using the heat water tank. I guess I would need to calculate how much we are using. Could shorten the second longer rail bridge by some terrain adjustments. This one. I didn't want to make too huge of a cut. I thought it looked quite nice. Also, we have the road and the power line here now. So it makes sense to not have a junction in this area. I'll leave it. But yes, we could shorten it. We could raise the terrain up to here and then... Actually, yeah, we could raise the terrain up to here. That's something we could do. A little bit, like lengthen the terrain elevation. Just a little bit. I thought you meant going deeper down so we have less elevation, but then the bridge wouldn't work anymore. I hope the pillars will work out the same. I guess we're gonna find out. And yeah, you're right, this will look pretty nice. I don't want to overdo it, I don't want to go all the way up here and have a huge bulge, but a little bit of a rise might look neat. I need my height measuring tool. We are at 64 meters, we want to go down to 60 meters maybe. Let me try drawing that in the other direction. Yeah, that looks okay. That short pillar does not look okay. I think the original direction was fine. On the other side too. I guess. If it looks realistic, then we have to do it. You might be onto something. Thank you for that tip. Now we have a situation where this looks a little bit weird, where the bridge comes down and then it goes flat and starts going down again. I'll have to elevate this a bit more, I think, or make the bridge go all the way up here. I'll try rising it up a little bit. We need probably to connect the bridge first. And build time is only half for the bridge. Yeah, that sounds good. So realistic. Less build time. And it looks better. Okay, if we want a straight bridge, we're slightly off center. But it can be a slight curve, no one will notice. We have the rise again. Let's try and flatten that. That looks better. So still a little bit of an elevation gap here. Let's try flattening it a little bit more. I'm getting very particular about this stuff. You can already feel it. I shouldn't have right-clicked. I think it was fine before. Let's use the average. No, the average is horrible. The average is a little bit too strong. Yeah, it made a bump again. Okay. Just flattening out this bit now. No right click. I think that looks okay. Okay, thank you. Shorter bridge. More efficient. Could make the junction larger now, but I guess it is what it is. We already took measurement and it seemed to be okay. The way it's set up. I don't have any passing lanes set up yet, but I guess this area would make a neat passing lane if we ever have to have multiple tracks, multiple trains on the same track. We'll see. And then over here we can have one on this side. Maybe not. Oh yes, we can have. Excellent. Because I want to leave these two open to actually maybe build a proper double track towards our larger towns. Looks cool and smooth. Yeah, thank you. Very good tip. Need to do more groundworks to put in rail bridges. The rises to shorten the bridge are definitely a good idea. So we have a cut going into a slight bit of a rise into the shorter bridge, into another rise down here. We definitely have to ride the train again once the train line has been done, but that's gonna take a while. Maybe until then we can actually be profitable. We're not losing too much money, and we still can have a lot more workers in here. Default map really is a challenge in itself with the height map, but it's fun. Yeah, I noticed when I was playing New Horizons 2.0, or when I played randomly generated maps when I cranked up the elevation to maximum, that I really enjoyed playing in hilly maps because of the challenges. And now when building some more rail lines, I feel that this is adding to my enjoyment. I'm gonna make the same change here. Not too much because this is already very steep, but getting the elevation to be the steepest slope possible. Like that. That's a very small change, but I think it'll add to the area. And I would like the bridge to be straight if possible. You want a curvy bridge, I guess then we're going to try a curvy bridge. Yes, it could have a slight curve to it to follow the rail line like this. That is also true. Let me raise the terrain up here a little bit more, if it wants to. It doesn't. Yeah, it's getting very particular with the elevation changes here. Alright, so up to this area, and then hopefully we only have a curve in one direction. We do. Okay, so slightly curved bridge. Alright. There we go. Just before we got to the bridge also made that adjustment. It'll make it look nicer when you drive over the bridge and it's not perfectly straight. In the last game where I built a huge long straight bridge past the incinerator, it looked a little bit weird when we drove over it. I remember that one. Oh god, the technical university can't come soon enough. And already getting very annoyed by replanting trees. I shouldn't have built a forestry area. But I like the look of it. Let me try one more thing, just drawing the bridge out the other way. If the pillars are more centered around the road. I guess it doesn't make much of a difference. I wish this was a little bit more centered. Maybe if we push the terrain out here a little... no, it looks fine. I was wondering if we could maybe plan a... wait, can we take another bridge? What would another bridge look like? These ones are... these ones are straight bridges only. Yeah, these are only straight bridges with a little bit of a curve leading into the bridge. Yeah, we'll stick with truss bridge and have our nice little curve here. But I was wondering if I could potentially leave myself the option open of having a double lane road here. That's quite a large gap. I don't like the look of that. This looks better, I think. I think that looks better than the other way. Yeah, this is too much. But this looks okay. And that way we have the option of having a 2-lane road in this area. Is that okay? Yeah. We might have a 2-lane road. This might become a left-hand turn double lane. Actually, that's going to be very difficult with how close this is. But we have a 2-lane road leading into this area, merging together, and then they can go either to the customs house or into town. Maybe the 2-lane road will go up towards here, and then it will merge into a single road. But the option remains, and we don't have to do something weird like splitting up the road and going past another point. I'll turn that into a dirt road for now, so it doesn't stay highlighted. Are you kidding me? Yeah, this is too much. Okay, so we have the 2-lane road planned in case we need it. And we still have our slight curve. Loyalty seems low, probably means that one person moved into a new building. Probably a former prisoner. Can't see the loyalty because we don't have a secret police, but that's fine. More capacity for more people. I might build another grocer instead of a shopping center. But that could be... building grocers without distribution offices is kind of difficult, because I would need another road cargo station. Or I would just have to continuously run it back and forth. Like have refrigerated trucks go to the first grocer and then wait here to be unloaded. Maybe start the monument in the backyard. Maybe. It's still covered. We'll wait with the monument. Building very close together is neat because of, well, monuments are more efficient. I need to try and plant those trees again. There we go. I would like to have some hotels, but I need the food and alcohol production before then. I see them as one-time investment in better productivity for the rest of the game. Well, they are not one-time investments anymore because they do need maintenance. So the more monuments you have, the more you have to maintain them, and the more you have to pay for them to keep them intact. So I would like to not build too many of them. Apart from the maintenance now, yeah. The maintenance now has changed things a little bit, making sure that you can't just plaster everything with buildings and then they just spew out money. You have to worry a little bit about efficiency, like our clothing factory. It will need maintenance at some point, so we better get the best bang for our buck out of this building, putting in as many workers as possible to making as much use of it as possible. I don't know why the wear and tear of machines is 0% when it's being worked, but when I let it sit idle, the wear and tear of machines goes up really quickly, as if it's like rusting in place. Maybe that's what's happening, I don't know. Yeah, the clothing storage in here is going up as well. Maybe if the export truck is here pulling out resources, maybe it distributes to adjacent buildings at that point. We're gonna have a lot of clothes in domestic storage at that point. I guess I could use this as fabric storage. Well, we're making a profit on both currencies right now, which is nice. I also added a bunch more trucks for lumber exports, which probably helped. I guess the rail construction isn't taking too long. It's only going to be the bridges, and we tried to reduce the construction time for them a little bit. The rail line doesn't go as far as the last one. In the last run, we basically had a rail line going twice the length, I would imagine. Loyalty 32. If it starts dropping below 30, we're gonna have significant issues. We don't have anything that we can do medicine-wise, but our lifespan average is 83, so that's fine. Reducing the amount of medical issues will help a single clinic to deal with an area instead of building a hospital. So a medical clinic might be better than building a hospital here. A medical university, I mean. Okay, we need to increase the amount of workers here. Once we go over 15, our effects would start to diminish. So I'd rather have a few extra workers here to make sure this facility runs well all the time. We have winter sport hall? No, I didn't give them a sport hall during winter yet. I didn't want to pay for that yet until I made a profit. I'd rather save up for a train before I start giving them an indoor pool. A sports hall would be more efficient on the worker count, but it does cost more steel to build. So the question is, do we want more? And also probably to maintain this is probably more expensive. Do we want to invest more into the building, requiring fewer workers, allowing us more workers to go into the clothing factory? Well, I guess over here it doesn't make... Yeah, it only makes 3 workers difference. And it reduces the capacity, I guess. I think an indoor pool would be the best for us if we were to build it. Also, this one takes 2,000 work days. Affects the health during winter. Okay. Also drives up alcoholism. More resource consumption for just a happiness benefit. How dare they? So I'm still planning this to be a touristy area. That's the technical term. But we don't know. It might just be 2 hotels for a little bit of extra income once we start making our own food. This footpath connection slightly annoys me, but I guess it is what it is. We can be slightly asymmetric, it's fine. That's what the audience is here for, demand more happy things. Yeah, that's what my votes should be. Should we build something that earns us money and prevents us from going bankrupt, or should we give them a Ferris wheel, which costs 30 tons of steel? We'll have the option of having another building here, even though I guess I don't really want a building, because this is the plate of the building that has like a huge open window. I think we're gonna move this all the way to the end over here. So it's like covered by the mountain. There's not gonna be anyone looking into this place. It's gonna be flush with the other building. Oh, I want this tooltip to go away. It's in the way. I want to look if this matches, but if I turn it that way, it's hard to see. Okay. And if I press this, then I don't know if my snapping is still working. Okay, I need to just complain less. It's getting a little bit annoying. Alright. Some greenery behind the big window? Yes. Yeah, I've chosen to go for a hillside and maybe some bushes. Alright, sports facility for winter. It's already cold, all sports facilities are shut down, and the complaints about sport are increasing, so maybe they'll appreciate it. It does have access to water, heating, electricity, and sewage disposal, so everything is in range. Let's check our substation. It's only 0.3 megawatts, so we are fine on that end as well. I need to leave a little bit of plant space open just for that green space feel. I don't know if the waste can hook up. Should be able to, but hopefully the waste storages are enough. We'll see. We really have to be careful about waste this time, because I'm not using large waste storages. That means we don't have a lot of extra capacity if something starts spilling. So there could be a significant population drop, which I guess technically takes care of the waste problem, but that's not ideal. The university is so inefficient. Oh well. Maybe I should relocate our remaining 3 technical construction offices to the new customs house, because that's where they are picking up resources from. Should see it in my statistics, increase in alcoholism during winter. Yeah. It also went up during the year for some reason. Actually, it went up until February, and then it started peaking, and now it's climbing again. 58% might be right. They don't have anything else to do, so giving them a sports facility is probably the right choice. Does adding greenery, trees, etc. have positive benefits for residents nearby? Not that I know. Someone mentioned once in chat that if you plant an area with a lot of trees before building a hotel, it gives a benefit to your tourism rating. I couldn't reproduce that, but it seems like it might affect the tourism rating if you have trees planted around. I don't know if it has a benefit to your citizens. That would need to be tested. Also, welcome to Sextan. Well, we have achieved our 1,000 people goal. The run is over. No, I'm just kidding. That's how quick it goes to get up to 1,000 citizens. Okay, the worker count looks pretty good. Some unemployment due to no workplace. I assume our buses are still fine, but they might be a bit overworked during winter because the average lap time went up. And the snowplows are slowing things down because apparently they don't have the right of way sometimes. I will, now that I actually start having some unemployment, resume the construction of the bridge. They will mostly build the indoor pool first, but also occasionally send some workers over here, which might reduce our workforce inside the clothing factory for now, but at least it'll make sure that we don't have unemployment. Population is still growing after all. Bridge construction has started. Not too bad. 4 more tons of bricks and then the pillars are done. Once we finish this bridge, I think that's when we start the construction of all of these. We can already build the road to this area. I don't know if it's in range of a fire station, we will have to check. I assume the fire station of the logging area can probably keep this area covered if things go bad. Maybe I'm underestimating the range of the fire station because of how close together I'm building. Yeah, it will definitely be in range. We can reach the customs house all the way. It'll be fine. Okay, so at the very least next winter things will be better. This time it might be not fast enough, but next winter should be better for our citizens. Some complaints about pollution, meaning that yeah, the pollution is reaching these buildings, it looks like, because the life expectancy is going down in them. So the heating pollution might already affect this area. Well, that's a self-regulating system, I guess. Will be nice once we have a heat exchanger in the area powered by a heating plant further away. But for that we will have to pay lots and lots of money for the steel to construct such a thing. Heating pipes are very expensive. Okay, these rail lines also need to be built at some point, but They can be built later, I guess. I hope they speed up customs houses at the 1.0 release. Make it so that they have a loop around here. I think I've seen someone use the workshop item and they do actually do it that way. They drive in, load, and then they come out. And if they want to use it to generate traffic jams at the customs house, they could reduce loading, unloading speeds based on the amount of vehicles in the slots. At least then it would feel fine. But seeing one vehicle drive in and out is driving me crazy. Especially when they drive out and there's enough room for another vehicle to drive inside. Slightly irritating. I'll split the power later. The transformer inside the switch inside the town is maybe not ideal, because I wanted to use this one to bring electricity to other areas. But in an emergency I can have another switch here and then just draw 2 underground wires, making sure we get all of the electricity over. Even that isn't really strictly necessary, because we're only 1 megawatt difference between the high voltage wire that I placed and an underground wire. Plus we're not going to get to 13 megawatts anytime soon, and by that time we might already be hooked up to another border point. I'm fairly happy that we are mostly making a profit without using an incinerator. An incinerator would definitely speed things up though. But the incinerator would also mean that I didn't focus on optimizing my clothing factory, I guess. What did we import that was so expensive? Fabric. Well, that's fine. That's our profit resource. At some point the storage for clothing will be filled up, and then all of the extra clothes will go into export. So I guess this method works. Somehow the game balances resources into the other warehouse when they are loaded from here, it looks like. Which is nice. That helps with the distribution that I wanted to do. So our domestic supply is not compromised. Some more concrete, a bunch of resource deliveries, and then we will have our indoor pool. Maybe we can finish it this year for the last 2 months of winter. Okay, now the expensive section of the rail line construction for the bridge has started. 100 tons of steel, times 500 or something, I would imagine. Oh no, it's only well, we're paying it in US currency, so it's only 400. So we have to spend 43,000 US dollars to build that train bridge. Price might go up during construction. I hope we have enough money to buy trains. I just realized that I don't think there's any US-based trains that we have access to. Oh no, we do have diesel locomotives. Good, good, good. But we don't have train cars, do we? No, we do. Right, where this time we can focus on US-based train cars, which are like super specialized. So we have the boards car, which is boards, prefab panels, bricks only, but a lot more carrying capacity. I haven't used these, so I guess this will work in well with trying to make a specialized rail system with just specialized rail cars for specialized purposes. Yeah, we'll see how that works. That might make our train system look more unique and diverse. On the eastern side you get more generic, more general purpose train cars, but here we will have to set up specific tasks. You have a specific long-term goal with this series, or just play the challenge of getting bigger without DOs on this map? Sorry if you already explained, didn't catch up on previous streams. You're bringing up the point that I forgot about. I have not set a goal for this series yet. I basically wanted to play more workers and resources and thought the challenge would be interesting. But I think the goal is probably to get to at least 50,000 people with this. So we have low tech in play, we have no distribution offices. Getting to 50,000 people might be a nice goal. We could also say 100,000, but I don't know if my computer can handle that. Maybe the game will run better without distribution offices, not having to do as many calculations, because the routes will just be set in stone and they don't have to calculate anything. Let's put it that way. If we're at 50,000 at a reasonable amount of time, I still feel up for it, and the game doesn't lag, then we can keep going up to 100,000 or even further. But I think 50,000 is probably the goal. I have never reached 50,000. Usually I have gotten bored before then. And I think with this run it's going to be difficult all the way, because there will always be optimizations that we have to make to routes. At some point my brain might melt though, because I will have to keep all the train lines and cargo lines in mind. I really need to start organizing my lines. I need to organize them now. This is something that I will have to do, otherwise I will lose track. So I'm naming them RCO, fuel, gravel, etc., because it's the Royal Construction Office and it's easier to type. So we will have to keep a good handle on our lines and not get lost. Sounds good, especially on this map. Oh yeah, you're right, 50,000 on this map. I really like the map feeling. At the beginning it's getting in the way, but once we have like income and stability, I think it'll be nice just tackling all of the terrain issues. But right now we're still struggling with the terrain. I need to check the one that I just set for food and clothes. This is not just the... Yes, it is just the prison, okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to the other unloading station too. So this is repair in Korazna. This is... fuel for the end station. Workers for the RCO. At some point I might have to name it RCO Korazna if we have multiple rail construction offices. Don't really need to name it Baraslav, but what is this doing? Open storage to customs road cargo station. What road cargo station? Oh, rail construction office. Alright. That should be enough. Ah, this smudge on the background here. Sometimes it becomes irritating. This is a route that is not needed because that's a vehicle transportation route. This is our supply route for Korasna. I kind of wish I had the town name at the beginning because it's gonna look fuel, town, etc. If I had it named Korasna and then the task, all of the Korasna tasks would be at the same area. I might have to go back and rename that at some point, but right now I'm not gonna do that because it's gonna take up quite a bit of time, I think. And this is our clothing export. I agree about town name first. Yeah, it's probably gonna make this look a lot better. Remove the empty route. I'll do that at some point. Right now we only have one town, so it's fine, but once we have a second one, I'll probably go back and rename that. Or when I feel like there's nothing else to look at. Okay, we have this task plus 4 more to finish the laying down of the steel bridge, I think. And then the construction task of the bridge laying on top. And then we can continue going along here. How long is this? Perfect. That's like ideal space for a waiting platform before we get to this mountain road kind of deal. Could have a few more workers in the clothing factory, but I guess they are working inside the indoor pool now because it finished construction. Alcoholism at 60%. Let's watch it go down throughout the next year, I guess. We have 60, 36, 46. 46 plus 8 is 54 workers in here for a full workday, which might be too many. But our population is sort of growing, so used up a lot of money. I am still concerned about our income, I gotta say. I might have to place down a food factory and a distillery. Maybe I should research tourist visas right now so I have the option of placing down a hotel. I don't think they are profitable without your own production, but I'm not 100% sure. I think there was a point where they weren't profitable if you didn't produce the materials yourself, but I'm not sure if that is still true. Maybe they are profitable if you can draw enough money out of the tourists in other attractions. So if you just have a hotel and they do visit your existing facilities, it's not profitable. But if you give them multiple attraction buildings, it might be. Also, we're taking workers for the tunnel construction, which is also taking workers away from the clothing factory right now. But yeah, once this warehouse fills up, we'll be able to export more, I guess. It's also our domestic reserve, I guess. We could export that at some point. Same for our electronics over here, which gave us, we imported it for 115k rubles, 130k US dollars. I don't think the price has developed much at all yet, but let's see. So we imported that for 115,000 rubles, which is already at 119,000. and 130,000 US dollars, but it's down to 127,000 US dollars. So inflation slowly starting. But yeah, that's our reserve, 100,000 units of currency that we can export at some point. Need to produce your own goods for tourists, otherwise it's almost zero margin. Yeah, I figured. I don't think I want to have a... we could have a food and a distillery in this area. But the more factories I build, the more I wish we had the heating plant somewhere else and a larger heating plant. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Also, the more I build here, the more pollution might become an issue. If we can make our area profitable, maybe we can have the food and alcohol production down here, have some farming area. We can also then go around this way, have a triangle connection between the towns, bringing food to the tourists in this area and our larger town, which is supposed to house a technical university, and then probably bring more workers to the food factory and distillery to actually crank them up to maximum production. But food factory is always a good idea, especially if you want to go for 50k. I do want to go for a food factory, but I think it's not going to be one. I would like to have a robust rail network to distribute the food to all the different towns. Basically, I want to have a multi-step system of bringing resources to the different areas because I don't have distribution offices. I need like larger train stations because I will have trains waiting there the same way I will have trucks waiting in places. And then there's a train that just brings food to every area and unloads it into a warehouse. And then there's another warehouse for maybe alcohol, etc, etc. So every area has a huge stockpile of resources. Food goes well with water industry and wastewater, so near the lake is a good idea. Yeah. Over here, just dump it in here. A water industry, now that you mention it, last time I realized that after someone asked if water exports were profitable, they were. Last time I did that, the water price went down really quickly, but it seemed it made a nice bit of income. I didn't monitor it near the end anymore, and it was just running in the background, I think. I have to shut down my vent. Just a second. Alright. By vent I meant fan. It was blowing in my face, I'm getting sick. Okay, so this road we can't ever remove because last time I tried to place it again, it wouldn't let me. This will have to stay there. How's the bridge construction? We're using extra money now because of the bridge construction, but I believe this whole area will give us a lot of profit, especially since our 4 trucks aren't able to keep up with the export demand. So having a train dealing with this is going to give us a decent amount of money. And I think the boards are going to be the right choice of export good to the west. Because as inflation strikes, this shouldn't be affected too much. Terrain looks beautiful. I don't know about these ditches that sometimes show up like this one, but I guess it's fine. The river looks really nice. This is a nice area for another town maybe, with some elevated area. This is a huge space, but that's next to the border. I think this is it's not central. What is in the center anyway? Mountain range, right? This one. Okay, that could be... I'm planning ahead, but this could be our industrial powerhouse supplied to and taken from with shipyards, with ships, with harbors. This looks like imagine a town here and industries with harbors all the way across this area. I think this is wide enough to allow for large harbors. Let's test the pumping harbor. That's one of the largest ones there is. Okay, so this would need to be widened. We will need a robust construction industry to flatten out a nice large area here, but basically import goods by ship, export goods by ship, produce them, manufacture them, upgrade them, whatever. It's gonna be so far away though. And also we have the oil over there. I guess if we're building in this direction, we're gonna get to the oil. I'm not sure what the fuel price is like. I assume it's going down again because we're not using that much. Oh my god. Well, it's not going down, so it looks like what was once our coal situation is going to be our oil situation this time. So fuel is starting to become really expensive. I really want to know if we have an oil source that is anywhere nearby, but I don't think it is. We need a technical university, so I can't stop doing this whole searching for things. I should just force myself to not be allowed to search for resources until I have the research. But this run is already a little bit difficult. There is no oil here. Nope, nothing here. There was a little bit of oil, I think, in this area. Last time I checked. Like a tiny amount here. So we could have a pump jack in this area. And try and maintain it, and if it burns down, tough luck. Yeah, there's a tiny amount of 18% oil here. We could hook that up, that might be profitable by itself. If we get this town in place with maybe construction offices here for maintenance and a fire station, that would be a nice source of oil to export just for the fact that it might drive down the fuel price. I wonder if the fuel price went up because we took so much fuel for all of the different buildings, but it's not that much actually, so I don't know. I guess the gas stations are full to the brim, so that's usually not something that happens. Bridge construction finished. Excellent. One more bridge to go, and then this whole area. Then we're ready to buy a train, which is going to be expensive. We have to save up some US, or keep some US currency around for that. Also, if we have to start taking loans, the interest rate on the US side is much greater than on the ruble side. On a plus side, we could take a loan in rubles, much greater than in US currency. Actually, no, our US currency loan is much higher right now. But regardless, we could take a loan, get some resources, and then... But we always will need rubles, because there are some vehicles that do not exist at the western border right now. Police vehicles, ambulances, and the like. Okay, this is very bumpy. Alright. So I guess we will have to consider a farm/town over in this area. which is so hilly. It basically needs enough workers to run a food factory and a distillery to a very low margin, just so we have enough for domestic production. And have area for farming, which it does have. Like all of this space, it is super hilly, but there's no problem placing a farm down. You can just take a farm and place it here. It does look a little bit weird how it shows it, but when you place it, it does not like the super hilly stuff. But if we take a bulldozer to it and flatten it out a little bit, there shouldn't be a problem placing down some fields here on this hill. I don't know if there's any resources. We haven't even checked for like coal or iron, which might be a nice export good as well. Once we have a train. Maybe that one would be better. But there's nothing in this area nearby that I can see. Except this mountain is rich in iron. I guess we will have an iron mine instead. This throws a wrench into my plans a little bit. Oh, there's so much iron here. And I don't have cableway stations. No. So an iron mine up here, with conveyors leading down into a train loading station. Probably a fire station right next to the iron mine, so it's safe. And a technical service maybe, if it's not in range. So I guess this gives a reason for our mountain pass. Just an iron mine. And we could try and hook up a loading station right here, with a conveyor belt going down. And instead of a waiting area, this will be widened a little bit to have an aggregate loading station. And then later on we can maybe put in a cableway station to carry workers up here. Pollution shouldn't be too bad by this, right? 12 tons. Ah, this could generate pollution issues in the town. There's even iron down here, what the hell? We're gonna build the iron mine right here, it's so easy. People can walk into work. It's fine. This is a very good spot for iron, it feels like. %. So just exporting raw iron ore would be an idea. It requires a lot of workers. 20 rubles, 18k. It's more than coal right now, but a coal mine has more output, I think. I think that would be a good idea. It would also look nice to have a mine up here in this area. But that would basically ensure that this area is not going to become a tourist area, which in my book is fine. We could put the tourism into this large town section. But they might have to deal with the fact that more pollution will happen in this area. And I guess it will solve itself as soon as we relocate the heating plant away from here. How much does the heating plant make again? Less than an iron mine, but at full capacity. This one can be reached full capacity quite easily. The iron mine is not going to run full capacity at all. So iron mine right over the bridge, mine shaft going straight down. I think this is going to be the place. This makes it so easy. I love it. %60 sounds good. We'll take a little bit more off that mountain by moving it in closer. And I guess we could also put an iron ore processing area up here, because I don't think the iron mine is going to be run at full capacity. But if I start bringing workers up here, I could also have all facilities in the area, because this makes a lot of pollution too. At 50%, the iron mine would generate 500 tons of iron ore at full capacity. An iron ore processing plant takes 100 iron from 225 iron ore. So with 2 iron ore processing plants, we would be able to run a 50% iron mine at full capacity. So we're only planning for like 125 workers maximum for this, which is probably going to cut down the pollution in half. Well, the productivity is quite high, which means we can have fewer workers and thus generate less pollution, I guess. This will need... I don't know, this building up here feels kinda not right. I do need that in the area though, because I want to load it onto a train. I guess we could load it onto a train raw and then at some point process it somewhere else. And export excess. Maybe I should just go for raw iron export. How much does the processing facility cost? 200 tons of steel. We are not going to build a processing facility. The processing facility would also take a lot of maintenance, I would guess. It's very dark. Can't see. Let's flatten the area out a little bit more. Okay, that's... I could flatten this more if I made the circle larger, because then it would start flattening the area down there and slowly move up the flattened process into this, but I think we'll be okay. We're gonna go for 60% quality. And I wanted to flatten this to have enough room to maybe place a waste storage in the area if we want to use direct routes instead of a distribution office. Conveyor connection down here into an aggregate loading station. We don't need a storage. We can use trains as a storage. So a storage is technically not necessary as long as I have 2 trains to act as a storage. Which is possible with 1 aggregate loading station, I guess. Did they add more? No, they organized it. I think they made this flatter. So if we had the aggregate loading station over here, somewhere in this, we would need a conveyor connection going down. Maybe I can twist the mine a little bit to make the conveyor face this area. Make it easier to not require a tower. So the loading station should be somewhere in this area, meaning that I should face about this way. Don't omit the storage, at least plan for a possible one in the future that also goes to a loading station. I don't think I have the space for storage here. I think this area... I could have a storage here, I guess. I could move this resources up here into a storage and then into the... Yeah, okay, you're right. We are going to build a storage. But without any conveyors, if possible. So we're going to twist the mine this way and feed it into a storage before the storage brings it into our container loading station. It's probably better. That way I can only use one train, and trains are expensive. I don't think I will have more than 1,000 tons of resources inside the train. So this should be enough. I don't need to be perfectly straight with these alignments. But the loading station is gonna be here. So let's just try it. Yeah. It would be easier to build without, but I think the aggregate storage is probably cheaper than buying another whole train. Oh, they moved loading and unloading into the same space. Alright. I guess we can still have the passing track here. It's just gonna be accompanied by an aggregate loading facility in the area. I don't think the train needs to go this way except for refueling, so it technically does need an exit out this side. I think this will work if we make sure that the terrain is flat enough to allow for these lines to go through. It needs to be long enough to park in here and not block the train tracks, I think. It will get its own electric connection from the mine. I don't want it to hook up into the town. This is going to take a lot of electricity potentially. What is the distance? 170 meters. So if we had the connection from here and the unloading station here, that would be 160 meters. That's quite good length. I don't know how long the train could be at the aggregate loading station, but I think this will be enough. And then we have to have a train line come out here, allowing the trains to refuel, potentially. I'm only planning for one train now, so I'm not going to hook up both loading stations right away. And also this train line is being built right now, so I don't want to interrupt that. Let's worry about the terrain, because the rail line is being built right now. So over here, we need to move this closer to the edge and then smoothen out the terrain downwards so the conveyor can go down this path. There should be enough of a gap to to allow the conveyor to go down this way. Right now the building is not close enough to the edge, so it doesn't quite work. You can see that this is a pretty decent slope. There's the input. It might also be a little bit too long, but I feel like we can make it work. Just need to smoothen out the terrain a bit more. Elevate this up, flatten this out. It's close. It's very close. It would work now. With no conveyors needed, which is ideal. I want to be careful with flattening things, because once I touch it, it's gonna flop back out. Okay, let's move this terrain a little bit. Alright, and now let's smoothen out the edges here. Okay. We definitely don't want a conveyor engine between these, because then... Well, actually it doesn't matter, because we don't have distribution offices. We could have conveyor engines as much as we want. Do I want more storage in here? At some point I might have a lot of trains. Could just go for a larger storage. The difference in price is, oh, between 2000 and 2000, oh, that's 2500. Is that one new? Oh, no, it's a different style of storage. That doesn't quite work for us. This one, however, would. That's 5,000 tons. That's a bit much, though. I think just a regular 1,000 is gonna be enough. That looks okay, I think. So the mine will fill up before it starts pushing into the storage. But the storage inside the mine is very small. Yeah, I will do the roads. There should be no problem here. And this one, yeah, this one I will have to remove the conveyor before placing the road. Or maybe twist the station a little bit. But at least the storage is in the right place. We will get all of these connections in place later. So the last building we need up here is a fire station, because I don't want a fire truck crawling all the way up here. And thankfully we have fire stations that don't require heating. And then we also need water, sewage, and probably a waste storage in the area. The road access will come from this side, where we'll have to punch a little bit through the mountainside. And yeah, water, sewage, and a waste storage potentially here. But I have not flattened out yet for, because I moved this all the way back to the area to get as much productivity as possible, in the hope that it will reduce the pollution. If I don't use a garbage transfer, I could also place this thing and just use a technical service instead, which I guess is going to be better because it will also take care of the the fire station. Yeah, this was probably not necessary. We're going to smoothen that out and get it away from here. Alright, that's fine. At some point we will maybe want a cableway station up to this area to bring workers instead of using a bus route. Would require less fuel, we could use electricity, but I don't know. That is for later. Are trees helping against pollution? From my experience, no. From my testing they did not help, but I didn't do extensive testing on that, so I can't say for certain. I don't know why it says only 60 meters to the mine, but 115 meters to the other waste storage. I guess we might have to put that in here then. This is an upward slope. I'll put the waste storage over here and move the roads over a little bit. Getting the mine attached to the waste storage is the higher priority. We don't need that large of a waste storage. If it runs full, then we don't have enough carrying capacity. And I'm wondering if we should try and move it onto a train loading station as well, because there's going to be a lot of waste material here to transport away by truck. So I'm wondering if this whole waste situation should be on a truck, but then get carried down into another loading station for waste. Basically a cargo train station, instead of having to drive all the way to the customs house. We will have to skip the town storage of waste, which is looking a little bit weird there, I gotta say. I'm gonna get a second waste truck to make sure this doesn't run into a problem when I'm not looking. Use tech offices as much as possible, since they are only your DOs. Well, it would still create a lot of trucks that are very inefficient fuel-wise. I wonder if it's better to just, when I make the train that hauls away the iron ore, to make it go through another train stop and then just load the waste here. So we make it go here, load the waste, go here, load the iron ore, go out. So basically it has like 1 or 2 train cars for waste attached to itself. So the distribution office only has to bring the waste down to this area and not all the way to the customs house, which would be fuel inefficient. But this is definitely too large. We don't need that large of a waste storage. If we have waste issues, We have to solve them earlier. This is already 52 tons, which is more than enough. This is ridiculous. And we could also have this here, down here, into a train cargo station. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna put a train cargo station here too. A very small one. It's only supposed to load waste over here. And we will just attach a train car for waste hauling. This area is very condensed now. I'm a little bit worried. I still have the road over here. I probably have to flatten out this area without the road. Allow ourselves to use this as a loading bay for everything. And then flatten it out here. Allow the train line to connect over this. Because the trains might need to go and refuel, so they have to drive all the way over here, run all the way over here. I will go ahead and remove this road for now. And start flattening. So the train line will come out here, go into this loading station, drive through it into another cargo train station where the waste will be stored to be picked up. Part of that road could be another tunnel in a couple of years. Yeah. Maybe. There's a lot of... Well, it could also be a bridge going over the train line. There could be a bridge here, a bridge here. Let's look at the cargo train station now. I don't know if it's profitable to export iron ore to the west. I hope it is. Cargo train. This is going to be a very slow train area, but it basically drives in, turns a sharp turn similar as this one, and goes into a cargo train station, which has a waste storage hooked up next to it. And then it merges back out into the train line over here. Is that construction working? What's going on? Okay, workers just arrived. Okay. Repair station. So we'll turn this one a little bit. Also to make sure that we can access the road connection. Oh, here it's split up. This one is what I'm usually looking at. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this should work. It's gonna be a very sharp corner. Ah, actually it's gonna be fine. Then we have our road connection going through this area. Here, hooking up into the new road, which is now blocked by our cargo train station. We will move that a little bit. But the general concept still stands. I did not pay attention to that when I placed this. Man, I like this feature where you can alter the angle. So basically, once you are snapped to the other train line, the other rail, you just hold the shift key and you can free move this. And that's pretty good. That allows you to make shallower angles. Okay, that doesn't look that great. But once I go here, maybe it will. Yeah, that looks better. Only one loading station. Drives in here, goes to the waste pickup, which is going to be up to 100 tons of mixed waste. We'll have to have a road that can go around this. Do I remember how many real seconds are in a game day? I think 60. I think it's 60 seconds. That way we can pick up the waste with our trains and we don't have to block the customs house with a lot of train lines. Right, this is not working out well because we are blocking our waste over here. I thought one truck would be enough, and it is. But I might have to send the other truck every now and then to make sure it doesn't turn into a problem. I should probably build another waste storage just to make sure that this doesn't turn into an issue. Then we have a drop-off point for the waste deliveries here. And a pickup point. So we can have two waste trucks standing around in this storage, and this one will be the delivery point for where our technical services drop off into. I don't really want to build that stuff right now, I'm still planning. The conveyor belt is fine. But these buildings basically are a little bit too early. Bus stop is fine too. Get this all paused. So the waste will be carried down from the mine over here. At some point I guess we could use... no, we can't. Can we? I guess at some point we could use cableway stations, because we still have a factory connection here, and then carry it down all the way to this area. Replace the waste storage with a cableway station instead. Or attach a cableway station here, and then use cableway cars to carry the waste down instead of trucks, which would run with only electricity. Okay, and the last road connection has to come down towards this place, so we have to cut through the mountain here, go past this area. I think that's going to be my mine area. The downside of all of this is workers have to be driven up here by bus. But that's fine. I think we can handle that as soon as the road is like properly built. Getting workers up here, even during winter, shouldn't be a problem. The last important building is the fire station and the waste storage. Can't forget about the waste storage. And yes, I will make it a factory connected waste storage. I guess wait, the mine already has a large enough internal storage. I could just have a truck running here to the storage over there all the time. I don't know if one truck is going to be enough though. This one has only one unloading space, I think. It should be enough, I think. How much waste is being generated by the mine? It doesn't say. Garbage production per worker, it does say. 0.40 kilograms. So we'll generate... Let's say we'll generate half the maximum daily garbage production, which is going to be 9 tons. One truck is not going to be enough to carry that, I don't think. To go in one day down here and back up. If we had a dedicated technical service here, we could use the internal waste storage and tell them to unload. And yeah, that would technically be a local distribution office. So I guess we're going to use a technical service in the area and just use the internal storage. Probably a free one to start out with, see how it works, and then make adjustments later. Well, I guess we found a use for our road over here. Still need to make sure that I get the rail line connected over this, but in general this shouldn't be too difficult. Okay, let's place it down and keep the length of the train line in mind. 80 meters, so we need to add another 80 meters to be fine. And then we'll have to wait for the other rail construction to be completed, so that we can hook this one up. I think this should work. Use this as a waste storage for the trains. It might be too small, but I guess we're gonna find out. If it's too small, we can just adjust the road and place a larger one here. But these waste storages are already pretty large. 100 tons of mixed waste, that's... This one would be double, but it also is... Well... If I build this one, I guess I wouldn't need to worry about a distribution office. We'll just build this and see what happens. We want to run the train first, before we commit to this construction. I mean, we are going to plan it out and build it, but we don't have the workers for it just yet. So before I start building the buildings that actually require maintenance, we want to have a train running. which we'll have to pay for a second train. So this rail and construction right now is not planned. This will also act as a waiting platform in the area for the trains exporting towards the customs house. And then another waiting platform could be over on this side. 220 meters is plenty. So if we have a second train going towards this area at some point, there's enough room for that. This is getting quite intricate with all of the infrastructure. Looks like our trucks have caught up with the board export. We still want the train because it will make the fuel consumption more efficient, and fuel seems to be a major concern. Need housing spaces soon? Probably. Last I checked it was at 20 workers, now it's at 94. We have 50 plus another 30 plus another 20. So we have 100 housing spots still left. I don't want to expand too quickly, but one more housing spot is probably needed. Right now a lot of workers are going to the other construction tasks with the construction offices, I guess. Once the bus stop is complete, we'll schedule all of these roads to be put down in permanent gravel. I would like this train line to be flattened out, it's way too bumpy. But I don't know if I can still do that. It should be okay. Yeah, I wish I could flatten this. Okay, got our train line placed. Waiting for the bus stop to be built. No one's heading here right now, so I guess it's time to plan the upgrade of the road area. I think the planning is somewhat done. I don't know about this area yet, but I'm still going to put down gravel. Water, sewage and electricity will happen later. Pause that one, we'll move this point, there we go. Alright, waste storage, waste storage. You need to go and then end your route in a depot. Yeah, the traffic jam is not great. Hopefully that resolves it. I guess these small storages for mixed waste will act as a warning system before the large storages will run full. But it should be fine. It was just a traffic jam. will bring out the second truck again once we have our dedicated waste storage connected, our unloading station for the technical service. More construction tasks, then we have reached the next bridge. And once the bridge construction is done, we can start building all of these in preparation for actually buying a train. Although we're using a lot of money already. Lots of steel import because of all the conveyor belt construction. These things are not cheap. 35 tons of steel. Take a lot of money. Well, at least our trucks are exporting all of our resources. We don't have any lumber inside these logging camps, so all of the trees are being... well, I guess our logging camps have run out of trees. Some of them. I wonder if a reload would fix this. Or if it just takes time for them to grow up. Probably the latter. We'll see. Automatic tree replanting would solve everything. Because right now they all get planted at the same time and grow in chunks. And then we'll harvest them and we'll replant them when the area looks empty. And then there's another huge batch of trees coming in at the same time. We'll start building houses as soon as we either notice that the amount of spaces is getting really low, which it isn't, 100 is still plenty, or we see we have 21-year-olds without their own flat and start building then. I think I also have to start being more efficient with our housing, not build them early, conserve money a little bit. I could make these trucks also load wood, which would take the wood away from these buildings. But right now we're not running into capacity issues, so only if we had too much logging going on would I want to do that, and right now that's not the case. Yeah, no more tourism in this area, I guess, which means this area could turn into a housing location as well. Let's reduce the amount of workers inside the indoor pool a little bit. Having 18 workers in here is a little bit excessive. School is fine. University will be fine as soon as more of the workers will head over here. The party HQ is not easily accessible by our houses, so that does mean that if I don't let students wait here, they can't actually get to the university, which means we have a ever decreasing amount of students. So I should fix that by making sure they can probably walk to here without issues. That makes it better. Lots of houses in range. Not all of them, but some of them can go through the bus stop. Yes, we have a lot of potential students that were not getting an education because of that mistake. But it also is the reason why the university doesn't have that many workers right now. Because not a lot of them can walk to the workplace, and they get picked up from the bus stop before they have a chance to walk into the workplace. So we need a lot more workers here. Hopefully the footpaths will solve that, because they will then go to the university before actually walking to the bus stop. Except for the buildings that we have set to go there explicitly. This shouldn't take that long. One gravel delivery each, one excavator, and the footpath will be done. And then hopefully our amount of highly educated workers can start going up. A lot of them have not received any education and they will not finish it. We will let this run for some time, and if we still have issues I will start building a hall of residence in this area, which will allow people to move over here, even if there's no footpath. And from this area they can go shopping and can go anywhere else as well. But for the time being I need footpaths here to make sure workers can get into this area. Okay, we need more than one delivery of gravel because I'm bringing them in 3-ton chunks. Maybe another gas station down here at some point. But I don't want to spend too much money right now. We are still spending a lot on rail construction. I might have to move some rubles into US currency. Should probably do that right now, before the inflation keeps moving it down. So moving from ruble into US currency is interesting. But right now I think inflation is still to the point where we earn more US currency than rubles. So just carrying aluminium is probably fine. Aluminium I think is the best resource for that, because you can load the most. Uranium oxide looks more expensive, but you can hold way less than aluminium, almost 50% less. We're doing basically the same thing but in reverse that we did last series, where we moved US currency into rubles. This time we're doing it in reverse. And it's actually nice for us because the ruble will devalue at some point. So we will earn some much needed cash and we can get rubles later when we actually need it, rather than having it sit around. We're planning for 2 trains. I guess as soon as we have the waste storage up here, we could also set the town to bring the waste up here instead, but I'd rather have this over here, more easily visible. And waste goes in here now. All the waste. That means the other truck can run again. Didn't assign itself back to the correct route, so we'll do that manually. Why do I not have the route assignment? Oh, you're a technical service. Take that one. Okay, so we'll have 2 vehicles parked in here picking up waste, and this is the delivery point. At some point they might move the construction waste, but we'll just leave it. We'll figure it out at some point. Maybe once we do more demolition. Lots of extra flattened space up here, but who knows? Maybe we'll use it for something. Probably not. The bus route from this bus stop up here to this bus stop also shouldn't be a problem with a few buses. And I guess that, yeah, I'm pretty happy that we are finding a use for this road. That's neat. Okay, our logging camps have trees again. Seems like the trees have grown up and it's working fine. That's nice. Down below 20,000 workdays for the tunnel. This one was an early mega project kind of thing. Could have waited, but I think it's nice to have it in the area to plan it out a little bit. Hopefully the mine doesn't cause a collapse. Okay, prisoners are handled well. If we could boost the loyalty, that would be nice, but with our low loyalty in general, I don't think that's possible. Loyalty went up by 1% though, up to 33 again. I think we went down to 32 at one point. Looks like the construction waste has been hauled away now, which is good. Waste overlay? Looks fine. And yes, you can connect to this waste storage. We'll probably have another one at some point. But I'm thinking of more housing in this area, maybe. This footpath might not need to exist. We can just have some housing here, here, and along this road. Which would make it easier for workers to get to this area. I think we'll have to build a hall of residence, because as long as we have fewer students in the auditorium than students waiting for party officials, there's a chance that they will not finish their education. I saw someone at 1.98. I think he got kicked out because he grew up. We're going to build a hall of residence to solve that issue. They should be able to reach the bus stop, and then in effect everything else. Having them right next to the heating plant will cause pollution for them, but I assume they are so young that it doesn't matter to them that much. Living right next to the kindergarten might be annoying to them, but what can you do? Alright, let's try and make this look nice. One click more. Remove this. Perfect corner here. Perfect corner here. And hook this up. Hall of Residence will make sure that everyone stays in the process of getting an education even past 21. So even with a low amount of workers with higher education, it might take longer for them to finish. But at least we will ensure that people will get an education. There he is. 1.98. Oh no, you're 52, never mind. It must be a very young person, because they were still studying I guess I'm not gonna go look around for them. So hopefully this will solve itself. That will be nice to have, because this building is so inefficient. That means we could run the party HQ at a lower capacity, have students waiting a little bit, making sure they receive education a little bit slower, but making sure we definitely don't overstack it with too many workers. Yeah, the footpaths are pretty busy. Lots of workers heading down here now. And you can reach everything, pretty much, except that thing, but that's fine. So, that means we will have students living in this building. If they grow older than 21 years old. Which might increase our housing capacity a little bit, or at least our ability to react to housing shortages with a little bit more time. We're getting down to 50, 60, 70 flats, so maybe it's time to build another house. Probably this one. It's already hooked up. Let's do more aluminium transfer. I don't want to spend all the rubles, but like I want to get down to like 50,000, I think. I guess I want to spend as much as possible. Right now, when we can still move rubles into US currency, where we get more US currency out of the rubles, that's like perfect for us. What did we... Oh yeah, we imported... Well, we imported aluminium, which is very expensive. And the electronics are still coming from the eastern border, so that's another resource that we have to take into consideration. This will solve it over time, but we might lose some highly educated workers in the meantime, so better to be safe than sorry, and just build a hall of residence and make sure everyone has all the time they need. And if we notice this one filling up, we know that we have to increase the amount of workers in the area. Oh, the pillars have already finished construction. Now we need to spend a lot of money on this, laying down the steel truss. Are there locomotives on the western border? Yes, I checked. I also had the epiphany of like, oh god, we're connected to a western border. Can we actually buy stuff? But yes, they have diesel locomotives. And they have a lot of different train cars, which are going to make the trains look way more interesting. And this one isn't too expensive either, so we can assemble a train no problem. 137 kilometers an hour is also very good. And it's very cheap for what it is. I think that's mostly a passenger train. It's probably not meant for industrial use, but we'll still get one. I don't have a repair station next to the depot is the other thing, but we'll worry about that later. There might be a repair station here with workers being carried over there. I don't know if the repair station will send out a truck to repair vehicles in a depot. I do know that a repair station will send out a truck into a rail distribution office, but we don't have those. This is ridiculous. Smaller trucks should be faster. I guess this points out that we should probably have our own internal resource storages for construction material. But I definitely don't want to build more buildings that require more maintenance later, right now, so I will hold off on that. I mean, with the bridge being constructed right now, I guess it's time to start worrying about this area. Let's start with the power line first. One thing I'm a little bit concerned about is the fuel storage. Because with us not having distribution offices, this thing will be completely filled with fuel. Which is not great. So I need to make sure that it is covered by fire stations. Which both of them are in range, but during winter there is a concern that this thing could burn down and waste a lot of precious resources, especially with the fuel price being relatively high. We might have to manually fuel that and not put too much fuel into it. I could add it as another stop here. So it's basically connected to this one right now, only putting 50% of fuel that this gas station needs into here. But yeah, we'll worry about that later. Road being constructed, very nice. To build the mine, we can crank up the amount of workers being allowed on the work site and start carrying workers up here. Basically the same workers that will work in the mine can also be the ones that build it. So we don't need to bring any workers with construction offices up here if we don't want to. Just the resources. I kind of want to raise this a little bit. But no, it looks fine. It looks okay. So this whole area will be built after what exactly? We basically need more workers still. The bus route bringing workers to the clothing factory is not sufficient yet. One thing we need to make sure is that we unload the workers if they aren't used on the route. So if you come back and you still have workers in there, you unload them, letting them find local workplaces, and then you pick up new workers who are waiting at the bus stop. That should make sure that no one runs into unemployment for being on that route. More workers in here. Water, sewage will be handled by a truck. Probably the one from town. The water consumption in this area might be quite high for how many workers there will be. That should be okay. The sewage eventually will go down to the lake, but not at the beginning. I just want to keep in mind how the sewage should be placed. I guess it's not that much of a difficult thing to replace in case it's placed badly. But a little bit of planning will help. Don't know if it will allow us a connection in between here. Doesn't look like it. We can move the sewage tank over a little bit. There we go. We can hook that up as soon as the road has been built. And build a water and sewage tank. More aluminium, please. The rail construction is happening with US currency, so right now we're compensating, trying to preserve as much money as possible. It's gonna be a little bit annoying having enough trucks right now that can handle the export, but I guess they do earn us money, so. Makes it more difficult to justify the construction of the rail line. But my justification will be that fuel is getting really expensive. So it's probably for the best. Hopefully pollution won't drive this area down a slippery slope. I still like the other houses better, but maybe I should just use these here in this area. This is our high density area, this is a little bit lower density. I do want to use the grid for building houses. Makes it easier. But yeah, I can put them closer together, now that I'm accepting the higher density that I want. This would work if it wouldn't complain about the footpaths already. Might have to tear down the footpath and place the houses first. Or I just build without grid snapping and just place them like that. That would also work. I'll give them footpaths on either side, and we'll have to worry about a monument in the area. We'll start building one house. It's probably enough distance, but you never know. The heating plant, the clothing factory creating a pollution cloud, plus this creating a pollution cloud could mean that they combine over here to create more pollution. $127 highly educated workers, I think it went up. 1.66 at 18 years. You're probably going to finish your education successfully. Eventually you go over to big heating and close the small one down. Yeah, but will I go over to big heating before everything falls apart because I created too much resources, too much production in one area, and everything is being very heavily polluted? Right now I'm still concerned about money making. I should have started with medium amounts of money to skip this area, this phase. Would have allowed me more flexibility. But I guess it is interesting because it makes you do difficult decisions, more difficult decisions. I hope at some point they can add a tool where in the beautification menu you can place down fences. But instead of a fence, what if this was just a hedgerow that you could place down? So I could just place hedges around here that wouldn't need to be constructed. It would just cause bushes to be planted along it in a very dense configuration. I would like that. We need more steel, aluminium to be delivered, I think. But right now the customs house is pretty busy. $11,000 rubles into $12,000 US dollars. I think that's excellent. I'll just have to keep doing that for a while. The small construction office trucks going to the customs house is what's slowing us down. Maybe this area could have gravel and an open house storage. But we can't use the free ones without distribution offices that easily, so I would need to build permanent ones. It would pretty much solve the traffic issue though, if I had one open storage and one aggregate storage supplied by one truck. But I guess the traffic jam's not affecting us yet. We do have a lot of time before it becomes an issue with the truck configuration that we have in this area. .5 tons, 7.5 tons of food in here before the truck needs to get back. But then again, the truck can only carry 6.5 tons. So if we notice the truck basically coming here, unloading food and already leaving, then we know we don't have enough food anymore. Which is maybe a little bit too late for us to react. Because that's when starvation is going to kick in and loyalty is going to take a nosedive and everyone will become more unproductive. Now the bridge is nearing completion, so I guess we are going to set up the depot and the fuel station. Because the train will also have to be built through these to finish the train lines. And then going towards the storage is not going to be a problem. It's a very short rail section here and this is going to take a little bit longer. But yeah, I think after the bridge is done, most of the rail line has been built. And we are close to actually running a train here. Now if we can afford one, that is the other question. I am really concerned about fuel price going up that fast, that early. Or maybe it's dipping down, maybe it will dip down. But I don't think so. I hope there's going to be events that drive down the price of oil. If we have an event, a market event that says oil price going up, then I am immediately going ahead and building the oil pump here. with complete disregard of fire safety, just dropping it down. Hopefully it doesn't catch fire. And then start developing a small settlement here that will provide a fire station. I don't really think I can get to this area unless I start building from this place and building another settlement here, where we will have access to a lot more oil. Maybe that's the better choice. Maybe I should go for this one right away. And then do oil exports via truck. Because we do have access to really good tanker trucks. I'm not using them for domestic use, but we do have really good tanker trucks on the western border, which will be joined by tanker trucks that are even better and cheaper. The Mark P. This one costs $2,000 less, has less engine power, so it consumes less fuel. It has a little bit less carrying capacity, but I think overall this one is a better choice, probably. And maybe once we have access to that one, we can actually develop an oil field from this customs house. Let me place a road. I will have to go through here. The road has to end up in here. And then there's a mountainous area. Might need to flatten that, but there's nothing in range. So right now we just have to rely on a road that can just be placed. We'll reach the customs house over there. Probably have to go around this side to reach it. And then from here we'll have to get past the mountain. This might be our entryway to the area. So we can find a way to get down there. But I don't see any other good path, unless except maybe going out on this side and going around. But I think this is going to be the way we're going to head. Maybe up this. Flatten out the top a bit, cut through the mountain, come down here with a serpentine, and then develop a settlement here that takes care of the fire safety of the area while we continue exporting oil. So we'll build a fire station here, run that with foreign workers while we develop an area and already export oil. I think that's going to be the plan for this. This looks a little bit weird from far away, but it does actually make sense, somewhat sense with the how the terrain looks in the area. That makes a bit more sense. Very bumpy road here. Should probably use an excavator and a bulldozer to flatten this before I start moving in. Oh, we can change that later. It's mostly meant to get our existing construction equipment over to this area, our bulldozers, so that we can take part of the mountain. 6 more construction tasks, I would guess, maybe 7, and then we have our bridge. I think it will have to go here one more time to lay the truss, and then 6 to 7 times to lay the rail line on top. More aluminium, please. I guess I'm just gonna let you run and hopefully not forget about you before we run out of rubles. But if we do, it's not that big of a problem. It'll take a while to recover, but yeah, running out of rubles is not a concern for us. Running out of US dollars is. And right now is the best time to move the currency over. I wonder if you can get a footpath through here. No, this also counts as collision. Well, had to try it. There is room for one here though. So I guess if they are flipped inward, you can have footpaths through them. That makes a lot of... that generates a lot of ideas for high density housing. So if these are flipped like that, you can just have a footpath through here. You won't be able to connect them to these, unfortunately, but it will look nice. People might walk through in between the housing. Could be a very high density, old school brick housing area. Yep, we had to move one more time to finish the construction of the truss. And then we'll have to go back and get more materials. I'm building a lot of houses. I think the mine might have to be supplied by workers from this town as well, going up this mountain. I don't think we can fully run this until we relocate the heating plant. Okay, groundwork construction on the way. I guess I'll just get a fuel truck and fill this thing up with fuel, and if it burns down then I will have learned my lesson, question mark. Alternatively, if I change the train line real quick, I can have a connection over here to make sure we can pick up a fire station connection from the other side. Maybe that's the correct decision here. Just allow fire trucks to get to this area from this side. Instead of having to drive out here, they can just come down here, extinguish a fire, and be done with it. And there shouldn't be any train waiting on this rail line. They either go into the depot. I guess they could wait here. There's another train parked on this. But we'll see. Make this a little bit of a better slope. A little bit of a bump here and here. Yeah, that looks fine. Fire truck here. I haven't upgraded the fire truck exit road yet. We'll do that real quick, really quick. I guess it might be time to upgrade these footpaths. Now that the fire station can't work right now anyway, we can start getting this upgraded. Once the road finishes construction, the workers can also walk into the fire station directly. Oh, there's our better logging truck. So we can increase the throughput on the wood cutting posts by providing them with better vehicles, because right now the choke point is the vehicles picking up the trees from the forested area, which takes a long time. I don't have a scrapyard yet, so we couldn't reclaim materials from our old vehicles, so it would be a little bit of a waste to replace them right now. But if I forget about it and at some point I turn this on, we do have a dedicated type of vehicles that are hauling lumber, which are these, and in the future they can become this type, which is more expensive for sure, but not by much. These can carry 10 tons, these can carry 16 tons, but they have more felled tree capacity, which I assume means they load felled trees faster. And they look cooler. Okay. 2 deliveries of gravel. Some work by hand, and we will have our fire station upgraded in the area. In the meantime, we have our fire station over here, who has everything in range, but if there were snow on the roads right now, things could be problematic. I do, however, believe that we will finish the construction of this section of road before the snow starts falling in about a week or 2. We're also building all of the roads over here. I don't know if it's still in automatic assignment range. Yeah, should be doable. The original construction offices might be outside of range at some point, but right now everything is still fine. I will allow you to pick up resources for all of your construction vehicles. Yes, you're still all enabled. And I guess I'll relocate you over here, so that that excavator can also be used. And this one will be relocated over here as well, once it comes back. One more work task on the bridge and it's done. And then the rest of the rail line will have to be constructed, and we're ready to start using trains instead of trucks, which is hopefully going to be more fuel efficient in the long term. These ones are starting to require repairs as well. These ones were really expensive. They might join the fleet in the construction offices, because they can carry a lot of materials. Oh, I guess I could use one of you to haul some aluminium. That will make this go way faster, dangerously fast, probably using a lot of our money up very quickly. I don't know if I took one away from export to the eastern border. I think we only had one over there, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, at 26,000 rubles per truck load, this is gonna go very fast. We'll have to disable that for sure. You go to the east. I'll pick up another truck that goes to the west right now and put it into a construction office. Our excavator is back. I'll probably put the truck in here. They can carry the excavator, and then when there's no excavator, they can carry a lot of construction materials instead. I'm doing this right now in preparation for the train to be able to pick up resources from this area. We're going to get enough money to purchase the train, assemble the train from the customs house to the depot, and then make it move out. And hopefully I didn't make any mistakes in the rail line. I don't have any signals planned right now. I will have to place signals as soon as we have a second train running, or I want to do more construction. Then we need to split the rail network, the train network, into multiple sections. But the rest of the trucks can continue exporting to the west for now. It'll look really nice earning a lot of money very quickly, but yeah, our ruble reserve is gonna go down. The only resource we have connected to rubles is a somewhat unessential resource, which is electronics, which won't have a negative effect for a while, but once it does, people will cause more crime, become more unhappy, loyalty will start going down. So it will be noticeable, but electronics is, I think, a resource that we can continue picking up with rubles for now. If the ruble starts running dry, it's going to be fine for a while, and then we'll have problems later. Maybe I should just build a farm, earn a little bit extra money. It's going to be a regular income. If I build a farm over here, a small farm with some fields, that would create more stress on the customs house though, unless I make another train loading facility. Or I just export that stuff to the east, like have a farm over here and export all the crops to the eastern customs house instead. This could be a farm area, there's nothing else planned. Small farm. Maybe a medium farm. I think small farm is probably going to be best. 3 tractors, 3 harvesters, 6 trucks for harvesting. Or I get 3 tractors. No, I don't have distribution offices. Right, we can't assist the harvest of fields without distribution offices. So we have to do everything with farms. And the problems with farms is that you can only have 1 farm assigned per field. So you can't say this farm is all tractors, this farm is all harvesters. It has to all be done by 1 farm. But the potential of having a farm here to just make sure we can export crops. And I guess we could have a food factory here if we store the crops instead of exporting them directly. But I don't think I have the workforce capacity in this area to also have a food factory when I'm already planning for an iron ore mine. Capacity of the heating plant is around 60%, so 2/3 of the heating seems to be already used up. University education is going up very slowly, but that's good. Makes me doubt the requirement on the Hall of Residence, because once we have the Hall of Residence, everyone will basically get a university education from that point on. They will, if they can reach it. And even if they can't reach it, I guess they teleport into it, basically. But we will have a nation made of only highly educated workers, which could cause problems in our buildings that are staffed by regular education. So we just have to make sure that we don't overstaff these buildings. And right now they are fully staffed anyway, so I guess we shouldn't run into any problems. I could have a second rail construction vehicle and start building this way. But as I said, I don't need that right now. We also have to build these. They can all be done in order, it's fine. A second rail construction vehicle would be so much faster. I don't know. It went well this far. It'll be fine. Let me send the trucks to the depot after the next delivery, and then I can send them out manually if I need more money. 100,000 rubles to 300,000 US dollars looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this road is the right decision. This would be too far, especially during winter. We might need more snowplows. I might also have to start upgrading our existing roads to asphalt. That would increase the throughput of everything. Would make our buses more efficient. Our resource exports would happen faster with existing vehicles. No, I'm gonna go with train-based networking. We are gonna keep gravel roads and we're gonna use trains instead. Is there anything else I can put in here for export? This is not a vehicle storage. With our trains we could basically also export crops if we were to put them into containers, but that's a farm into a container loading facility with another train connection could allow us to export crops with the train that also export boards. So we could alternate between, or we could always go pick up crops and then go here and fill the rest with boards. If it allows a mixture of containers and boards, I guess. Would require us to have a farm into a container loading facility and then bring workers to the container loading facility. But I also think we would need a silo in between because we don't want to micromanage the container loading facility when harvest happens. We want it to be gradual, like work all the year, throughout the year, make sure the whole harvest is being stored. And then slowly throughout the year we can load it into containers. This one, 21 years of age, still has to finish studies. So yeah, this should work fine. University education will propagate throughout our nation very, very well now. As long as the people over here get everything they need. Health is pretty poor. But the clinic is right around the corner. Pollution in this area must be quite bad. One workaround way to check that is using a water well. It does go yellow if you are close to buildings, but if you see like an open area like this one that is completely yellow, you know the pollution is pretty bad in this area between the clothing factory and the heating plant. But over here we have green, so the pollution should not reach our residential buildings that much. Except of course winter has just started and the heating plant is going to be operating at a very high production percentage now for the remainder of the year, spewing out more and more pollution as time goes on. I'm happy. Both bridges look very good, I think. I also like the siding with the 2 extra loading stations. I wonder if I will change this at some point to a larger one, a larger storage. We'll probably have to replace this road. But yeah, by that point we can put all of the waste instead of this storage. Okay, you having loaded construction waste is not good, so we are going to move you out manually. This can happen, like if we do demolition and both one loads hazardous waste, one loads construction waste. It could be a very long time before they actually start driving again, but there should be enough time to notice that. If we move over here, it means we don't need to use those trucks anymore, and we can probably demolish this whole area and just put the waste directly into this storage. It's probably going to be fine, because this area is supposed to run very frequently, so a small storage might even be enough. And the train will wait until... the train will not wait until fully loaded for everything, it will just wait until loaded with iron, basically. I guess it can't wait until fully loaded if we're going to put a waste car attached to the train. I'm going to pause this conveyor belt. It's going to be too costly. I want to get the train first before I start spending more on construction projects. So this distribution office will just be waste. Yeah, and water and sewage we'll have to pick up from the town. But it might be 2 waste trucks and maybe 1 snowplow. I don't know. We don't really need a snowplow here, because the fire station is very close. So, in case of an emergency, everything should be extinguished quite quickly. Except for the aggregate loading station. This could be a problem. This is a little bit further away, I guess. But the main important thing is to not let the mine burn down, because it takes as long to reconstruct as it takes to initially build. And most of that construction work is done without any assistance of any machinery, so it takes raw manpower to build this thing. Yeah, we're down to 100,000 rubles. 300,000 US dollars. Spent a lot of money. Also, once the rail construction is done, we will use less resources for that, which means maybe we actually have a profit right now. I don't know. New house is ready. Upping our available flats to about 200. And this house is being built as well. So another 50 workers. 15 workplaces, 16 workplaces. Some unemployment due to no workplaces. I think that might be from the bus route not working well. Ambulance taking the right of way. Okay, the buses doing line spacing is quite annoying. But they shouldn't, because they have an end station, so I don't know why you're slowing down to 24 kilometers. Oh well, I guess no snowplows. That might explain it. Our snowplows are inside the town area, which has everything covered, but there's a lot more areas now where the snowplow can go to. Plus we need more efficient snowplows. But yeah, during winter the bus route might be inefficient because the average lap time is going up. More snowplows would solve that, and I think it would be the most efficient way to actually do that. I wonder if I should get some western snowplows, since we are going with a western focus. Why not? Well, once we have western snowplows available, I guess. Right now I can't purchase any. The list is empty for any vehicle type. I think once the better oil tankers become available in 67, was it? It's also the time when we get more vehicle variety from the western border. And then we can choose some vehicles to join our fleet and help with regular tasks. Road has been built, footpaths are still being constructed, which is fine. Yeah, seems okay. Looks like the train diesel station is nearing completion, only a little bit more steel. The train depot takes a little while longer. Looks like the train has chosen to build towards this path first. I don't think we're gonna get an EDK anytime soon. I think I'm just gonna get another rail construction vehicle. EDK is gonna be very expensive. And I think this will be good enough for now. Boards are starting to pile up again, because it's winter and because we reduced the amount of vehicles going here. But all of the vehicles will be put into different areas anyway, once we have our train running, because then only the train will do the export. Except for the eastern border, we will still have one truck exporting to the east. For sure. We need some amount of income in that area. It would be better exporting clothing to the east, I guess, and have all board exports to the west instead. If we compare the prices for boards, east to west, we can see that they're about the same right now, so inflation has not kicked in here at all. The graphs are basically overlapping each other. If I compare clothing, the ruble is currently lower than the US dollar, but at some point it will start driving up. So right now it's better to export clothing than to US currency. But once inflation kicks in here, we will switch our clothing export to the east, I think, and then start earning money that way. But boards should always be relatively stable price-wise between the two currencies. Okay, we'll have our second rail construction vehicle soon, and they can start building either this way or towards the depot or something. Still waiting for it to be delivered. Very bumpy road. Should start working instantly. It also means that we have more capacity for workers in this area, but I will not increase the amount of microbuses going here. The amount of workers that we have is sufficient to run 2 rail construction vehicles. Okay, and they should both work. Once this vehicle goes past this line, the other one will start building one of these. And there we go. More efficient. Also more resource consumption, but hey. Gotta spend money to lose money. I think this gas station is using up the most fuel. I'm wondering if I should just fill this up with fuel and don't care. I do like my W50 cistern because it's very fast, somewhat inexpensive compared to the other options. Also very low engine power, so very low fuel consumption, which I guess is important for us. This one has more engine power than, well, engine to weight ratio than this one. I guess they are the same vehicle, just with a different configuration. But yeah, I guess we're gonna use that one. And use it to fill up the train diesel station. What's the village called? Krasna. Also, the order we are going to go with, I think, is location, resource, because sometimes you don't see the resource from the icon, and also it will make it nice to sort and where it goes to. I'm not going to put any minus signs in between, but yeah. Yes, rail construction caused a little bit of a traffic jam, but it's already resolved, so it's fine. And once this road finishes construction, I'm going to feel much safer for the fact that the fire station can get here relatively quickly. I think the town fire station would have been too far away for how much fuel we will have in here. I guess this could act as the fuel source for all of our Republic, because we can take fuel from here and put it into gas stations. So we could have one tanker car on the train. That always brings fuel here. But I'll keep it on trucks right now. If I want to do that, I'll probably have one train with one train car just bringing fuel here and staying parked, making sure there's always fuel in the area. And spending $80,000 US for the train plus probably another 50,000 for the tanker wagon is a little bit too expensive to do that right now. Some unemployment, you're going to the bus stop only, so I guess walking into different workplaces is... Things are becoming full a bit. I am okay with students waiting for party officials. I don't want to run the party HQ with too many people. We do have the Hall of Residence for balancing things. So we will give everyone a university education. It will just take maybe a little bit longer than 21 years old. Once the other construction train is done, I will also be able to move over here while this one builds. I'm not sure if it will do that. But I guess we could use the other train to already construct this section. At least up to the first loading station. I don't want to build these yet, as I already said. This would take maintenance that we don't really recuperate right now. And exporting iron, I guess, is also going to be useful because it will keep the steel price low. We don't have coal, we have iron, so should have a similar effect. Will probably be useful. We got all the resources for the train depot. So everything is basically in place. Just need to wait for the trains to finish the construction of the rail. We'll probably have to put down some signals soon. Basically this single rail line is going to be signal free, and the signals are just going to be on the sidings. Except we'll have to wait for the construction to be done. Right now this one train is waiting in here for the other train. Oh no, it's actually building. Never mind. The other train is heading back right now, so there will be a slight getting in each other's way, but the other train can wait. It's fine. I guess it teleported home. I guess these trains teleport home when they're on their way back and they run into each other, but if they're on their way to a construction site, they move with complete disregard for other trains. So once this train turns around on the first junction, which is over here, I guess it sent the other train back. Oh well. Let me put a mixed signal over here. Like that. No, I don't want that signal right now, because it will interfere with all construction tasks, and I don't need that right now. We still need to finish this before we can put signals in. As soon as you place a signal, each block can only be occupied by one train, be it construction or resource, carrying or passenger train. Low loyalty in this one. Oh, you have all the monument you need. Grocery store and bus stop. Our grocery store is basically fully occupied at all times. The small store seems to be run well with the 5 workers that we assigned. I think if I build another grocery store, it will not have any meat. It will just be food. And then I can have one truck going to it, unloading the food, and then waiting here to be fully unloaded. I guess I can also do that with the meat truck, using our existing meat truck because it has so much carrying capacity. That does, however, mean that one of the grocers could run out of meat occasionally, which is fine, as long as meat is still available in the other one. We're gonna load a lot of fuel in here, for sure. I will have to start with train signals. So basically, this one will be mixed with the chain signal facing outside, because the train needs to check if this block is completely free, and then the block that it wants to drive into needs to also be free. But in here it needs to be a non-chain signal, because the train will basically stop here and occupy this. So this is the correct arrangement for the signal. No signal on this side is needed. And then over here we will have the same thing in case a train wants to go this way. This whole block can be occupied by a single train. There might be a problem with a train going in here and a train going in here, because technically I think the buildings don't separate the block, but I guess we're gonna find out if they do. And then we'll have no signal here, because if I put a signal here, then one train could move out with one train building, and when the train comes back, they're gonna get in each other's way. So this is fine. However, the customs house will get a signal, so the construction trains can move out if a train moves into the customs house to unload, freeing up the whole area. We'll just have to wait for this to finish construction. And then, once all of these have been built, we can signal this area. Mixed signal over here. One train can be on this block. If it's occupied by a train entering or leaving the depot, it counts as occupied. And the same for this one. Once the train is refueling, this whole area becomes inaccessible. It's not being built right now. No train is heading towards it, so we can just place a signal and split up the area. It's fine. And I need to be aware that I need to give enough distance here. So if I move the signal too close, well, the intersection that matters is this one. I guess I didn't build this very well. If a train moves in here to refuel, it will keep this block occupied until it leaves again, which I guess is fine. So, slightly inefficient if we have very long trains, but should still work. As long as it can go in here and turn around, we'll be fine. And if it's a very short train, then it can wait in here. We could also put the signal up in front, in this area instead. And omit these two. Or no, just keep those two. Make this another chain signal. Is this being built right now? No, it is not. So that way, basically this signal is the one that matters. And these ones can be full-on block signals, because we treat this section as rail as a block. So if a train is here, actually no, these need to be chain signals. If a train is in this block, it counts as occupying both of these areas, because this is a chain signal. So if a train is here, this is red. If a train is here, this is red. So these are basically connected. But if a train is here, and a train is here, and it would like to leave, and it realizes that this one is green, then it can do that. These signals are basically just so we have two different lines. This one, I guess, could remain to be a mixed stop. Actually, I don't need these signals at all. As soon as the train is in here, and it has enough room, it will realize so, and let another train in. I hope this doesn't cause issues, but I guess we're going to find out. I might put signals in this area if we run into problems. But right now I will leave it the way it is. And yeah, that construction train is not moving out unless we put another signal here. So I think for the purpose of constructing, we'll put a signal here, split this up into two different areas, so that the other train may move out and build this one for the time being. Once it is done, we will remove the signal again. Tunnel construction, very slow. Extremely slow, taking a lot of workers for not much work being done. This one could take so many workers. I think we'll just have to pause the construction and just bring workers to the clothing factory instead. We have a lot of construction tasks right now that do not require the tunnel. And we also have production, and in the future the mine as a production facility before the tunnel ever becomes relevant. And even before then, we might go towards this area first to get access to some oil, if the fuel price keeps going the way it is right now. Yeah, it's not going down. It's still pending to go up. I mean, we're still importing fuel. I will move all of our trucks that keep the gas station supplied to pick up from this one instead. I should not have done that. Okay, let's pause. Which line did I just empty out? This one. Go back to that line. I need to remember to change the lines instead of the vehicles if I do use named lines. Otherwise it doesn't work that well. Okay, so you go here as a pickup point. Loading. Can you load from here? Maybe you can't load from here. Maybe the fuel inside here isn't accessible to you? I guess we're gonna find out. No, it is. It is accessible. Doesn't show as a resource for some reason, but it is definitely accessible. And then we'll put the Krasner fuel logging as a name to use our new naming convention. name so it's easier to write in. So the local supply will not start complaining. Okay, this one shows it. Okay. What about the other one? Grosvenor Fuel End Station. Sure. Why does that... Now it shows it. Interesting. Okay. Not sure what happened there, but it does work. Next one, you. Also picking up fuel from this area. If we have a really large fuel storage, we might as well use it for everything. And then if it starts running empty, we know we either need to add more fuel trucks or we just need to move the fuel somewhere else. But I think having a nice domestic storage for fuel will be good, especially with the fuel price maybe shooting up at some point. And then we can switch over the fuel imports to maybe a different area. Let me check the fuel import right now. Is it more expensive in rubles or in dollars? It's cheaper in dollars. Okay, we'll keep importing in dollars. And I think Krasna. We still have the rail construction office, but that one is fine. That one can take directly from the border. It's very close and it's more efficient that way. How's our repair station doing? How is our wear and tear doing? One vehicle, 50%. So you will receive a repair truck probably the next time you move into your logging camp. Either that or at 51% because it says repair greater than 50%. But I'm not sure if it takes decimals or not. But yeah, repairs seem to be working well. There's no vehicle over 50%, so the repair station, even with its 2 workers, seems to be able to keep up for now. A lot of vehicles are closing in on the 50% mark though, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Okay, one of the trains moved out. Because it wants to help with the other side now, which is nice and all, but I don't think it's gonna work. Basically finish this construction and now need to remove the signal again. I don't know where the other construction train is. It might be getting in the way now. Oh, it's right here. That could work. That should work. If the other train gets there in time, it will be able to drive past. Remove that block. And that one. And that one. All of them. There's a junction. Okay. Well done. Now we're building towards the storage and the train diesel station at the same time. And once we get past this junction, they can build those two at the same time, probably. Money's going down quite quickly still. Yeah, we have to finish the rail construction soon. And actually get a train on the rail network to make a profit from all of this. Start funding towards the iron ore mine. An iron ore mine will be a good first start to keep the steel price low, and in the future probably produce our own steel. If we're planning on building a lot of train tracks, then either keeping the steel price low or having our own steel production is going to be really useful. I'm going to remove the trees from the train tracks here. Looks like we might have run out of workers temporarily. And it sent one train back that still had workers in it. Okay, well in that case I will add another microbus. We still have one in storage after all. That should ensure continued operations for the rail construction vehicles, making sure that they don't drive home for lack of workers. Well, we still only have one research. I set it to 2,500 people if I get an extra research. I think 1,000 workers would have been too low. 2,500 means that spreading out is better than growing your population, at least in the beginning. But we're getting close. We're halfway to an extra research point with one town. But we're not going to get there with our existing heating plant. I don't think. But at least it will give us an occasional extra research point every now and then. I did forget about the extra research point from the population. Yeah, I think before we need the tunnel we have to build towards this area and probably get some oil hooked up. If the oil price stays the way it is, it's going to be perfectly profitable. And we do have the Western tankers to run the exports. I think one oil well will probably be enough. Doing anything more than that might drive down the price quite rapidly. But if the oil price keeps climbing, we can add more oil wells. I just don't want to build like 5 oil rigs, oil pumps, and then notice that the price is dropping rapidly. That would be slightly annoying. Maybe I should build a passing track. I think I'm going to need one soon. I will plan for a passing lane here. Passing track early. Alright, let's see. If we build here, that's 160 meters. We'll connect back in here. And then this one connects not on that one, but this way. I'll also help the construction vehicles a little bit. This should not act as a passing track if possible, but they might still use it for that purpose. We'll build it later though. I guess we're spending a lot of money to fill up the train diesel station. Yep, 50,000 US dollars so far. I mean, if the fuel price keeps climbing, we can also start exporting some of it. Which will hopefully then in turn drive down the price, and I don't know. Maybe we'll have to trade some resources other than aluminium. Filling this up with fuel is very expensive. We could have also used a gas station as a center point for our fuel distribution, but since this has the largest capacity and I don't really want to build an oil tank even if it's a small one, I think this will do. Fire safety is still the main concern for this. Maybe another fire truck. But then again, it's a short distance. There's not many intersections. It should be able to drive out here quite quickly. Did I get all the fuel lines? Yes, all except the rail construction office. Oh, what would be neat here would be a filter for resource type. But then again, I guess the game now expects you to not use routes that much. We're going to do some work on the lines with the names to organize them. It will have to happen eventually, and right now is probably the best time because not much else is happening. And in the future, when we have individual settlements, this will make it more easily to distinguish. Didn't I write Kurasna in here? Towards export east. Must have saved it before. Wait, Kurasna needs to be at the beginning. There we go. Fabric. Very exciting gameplay, I'm sure. I'm gonna leave the 2 word out of there, it's fine. Line spacing can be enabled if we get more vehicles. Repair station. Then we have our steel vehicle transportation, Kurasna waste export, and RCO workers. And then we're done with the naming of these lines, at least for now. All of these are for Kurasna. These ones are for the rail construction office, and these ones are just temporary lines for aluminium. And well, we brought another rail construction vehicle to the office. And we've almost reached the storage. One more construction task and it's done. Then the rail construction vehicles will have to get to the depot and we can actually purchase a train. That rail construction went much faster than expected, I guess. We will lower the priority on these, so they don't start building them before the other train construction tasks. They can happen later. The passing track on the other hand could be built already. That one would be nice to have. But yeah, building towards this area should happen later. Or last. Okay, very good. An EDK would be so much faster, but we would be out of money really, really quickly. And the EDK itself costs a lot of money. I think I'm just gonna get used to these rail construction vehicles for now, until we stabilize our income. Still only 5 students over the age of 21 inside the Hall of Residence. So that one's okay. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good setup. This should increase our workers with higher education, and it is already went up to 26%. more than 200. So education is working successfully now. I could lower the amount of workers in here, but I think this setup is probably okay. Wonder if I should put another house to the bus stop. I think I will. I'll tell you to go to the bus stop exclusively. Make sure we get more workers for the clothing factory and or construction tasks. And or rail construction. And if they don't find any employment, they can still go to any facility that they want from the bus stop itself anyway. Okay. Our board storage is hooked up. We've also run full on boards, so production is slowing down somewhat, reducing our income. You're about to receive repairs. I'm going to trigger those right now. All we need is the train line to go through the train diesel station into the depot. The other one also has low priority. So the train is now building towards the train diesel station. This is a little bit bumpy, but I guess it'll have to do. Which will take about 4 construction tasks, and this one also. And then we have our connection. Now the benefit is that this has already been built, so no rail construction vehicle will be necessary. Whereas this one is more than 8 construction tasks. Actually no, it's exactly 8 construction tasks as well. If we're going by the fact that might be even less. I don't know. This is strange. No, this is 8 construction tasks if we go by the fact that 20 work days might be 1 construction task. Okay, we have a signal over here. And the other rail construction vehicle is building the passing track, which is good. That is fine. Absolutely fine. And on the next construction task it will even be outside of the way of the other train, because we have placed the signal. So once it builds... No, actually we haven't built a signal. We will place signals here in advance. To make sure that this area is being used correctly. Yeah, this is not what I wanted, but it's fine. We'll move those signals later. As soon as the construction train gets past this area, it'll be fine. Let's make sure we unassign other construction tasks that are low priority. And finish the other ones. I could also have a second track out here. That's fine. Double track leaving into a long single track railroad doesn't make much sense anyway. What are you building? This one. Good. And the other train is either moving to this section or this section over here, both of which should be fine. I guess it's building this one now. No, it's also not building that one. Then I guess it's building this section now. I would like it to build the passing track though. So we will assign that manually. They shouldn't get in each other's way. I assume the train arrives there fast enough. And then the other train will leave. Actually, it won't be able to leave because of the signal. Until this one is done. That's the downside of signals. It slows things down a little bit. And a single track also slows things down. We'll put this at low priority. It will be necessary for the trains going to the loading facility, but it's not urgent for assembling the train, and the passing track would be more helpful right now. Waste storage is doing fine. They're having everything under control here. I don't know why this one has assigned itself to metal. Oh, there's some metal scrap in here. I guess from a demolition task they put some metal scrap in there. Guess that's fine. I do believe we will have a train today. Oh, it's already been 4 hours, Jesus Christ. Well, I still think we will have a train today. Oh, it did manage to leave. Nice. I guess because it was all one rail block and it realized it could go through there, even with the train being on this side, this train decided to move through. Very nice. I don't like seeing that, but I guess it keeps our steel price low for now. I wonder if it also has an impact on fuel price, on vehicle prices, which require steel for construction. Let me take a look at the market prices for clothing, for electronics that we have stored in our clothing warehouse and purchased at a specific rate, how the inflation went. So electronics right now we purchased at 115,000 rubles. And the price for electronics is 127.5, so it went up by 10,000. The US dollar price is lower than right now, so the price went down. I think at some point this is going to become a valuable resource that we can export for some income. But maybe the idea of trading resources is very dangerous, because if you import something and the price goes down, yeah, tough luck. Okay, that's not great. That signal is probably going to have to go on the main track until we have the passing track fully built. We can turn this into a chain signal, I guess. And it will allow the other construction train to move out and continue building this. It's not the highest priority, but it will help. And yeah, once you're past the signal, you won't block the train track anymore anyway. Some other streamer tested the fast forward keys that are unofficial, not documented, and it looks like the first level of the 2 levels of extra fast forward does not affect population, so I'm kind of willing to try that. We're going to see if any of our people will have an effect if I fast forward to, let's say, 2 days, so 2nd of May on the 2nd level of fast forward. Any negative effects? Looks fine. I'm gonna go to the 10th of May and see if anything bad happens. Otherwise we will have a nice tool to fast forward without killing our population. But we have to be careful. But yeah, this will give us a nice tool. Loyalty low. 10th of May. No complaints other than sport. I think this is working well. Yeah, we can fast forward through times of nothing happening. Okay, then I guess we'll finish the rail construction work. There might be some downsides that are not apparent right now, but We'll get to those when we get to them, I guess. Yeah, building the passing track then instead of the other tracks is going to be better. Especially since I want to do rail construction while already running an export train. Oh, well, I guess you've decided to build that one instead. Instead of this one, which is incorrect. So we'll assign this one manually. Which is set to high priority, so as soon as that train goes back, it'll build the other one. Okay, let's check our houses again. This was quite a bit of fast forward, but it looks to be okay, and there's some unemployment. But it's actually coming from our clothing factory being full. Which is good to see. Some unemployment is okay. As long as the crime isn't going up. A little bit of unemployment will be okay. That also means we have potential for building the tunnel, and before the tunnel actually building the iron mine. Having some extra workers for that. Ah, this is so useful. I only used the very fast forward, and it was not working very well, because citizens weren't able to realize quickly enough that they had demands and resolve them. It goes really quickly with the extra fast forward, but this works quite nicely. And it makes things really enjoyable. But yeah, there might be some downsides to this, I don't know. We'll see. Not much else I can do right now. I could plan a lot of stuff, but I don't have the money, and I don't want to spend brain power on ideas right now that might change. Like the train line that was supposed to go this way, and then it's now going a completely different way, which is actually quite cool. Building stuff one after the other rather than planning everything out is a completely different way to play. Because it makes you react and also rebuild stuff. Like we will probably have to tear some stuff down and place it in a different way at some point. But that is, I guess, it could be the joy of the game. We're almost at the depot. The assembly of our train will happen very soon. And the passing track is done. So now we can have 2 trains running here over this area at the same time, running past each other. Speeding things up in this area by quite a bit. So there's basically 2 construction trains now waiting. Or building in parallel. We're at the depot. Our locomotive will be a cheap one, the cheapest one we can get. We could also get one that is 50% more expensive but has a lot of engine power. But I assume the fuel consumption is going to be massively higher, and we're just going to spend a lot of... the coloring options are great. We're going to spend a lot of fuel just for extra engine power for pace that we don't really need. We'll get our train. Cargo wagons, center beam, 2 of them, I think, in the beginning. One of them has the carrying capacity of 3 trucks. We will be unaffected by snow. But yeah, I want to make as few exports as possible. How long are they anyway? 22 meters, that's fine. We'll have to pick them up. And then bring them to the depot, assemble our train and run some exports. And then remove all of the remaining trucks from here that are going to Okay, I named one east instead of west, which it actually is. Borislav, you are west. You're gonna end your route in a depot here, and that's fine. I'm gonna export by train now. Ah, pretty, very pretty models. Alright. You didn't refuel, but you're gonna go do that when you come out. We're gonna load any train car and bring it back to the depot. Assembling our first train to export lumber. And hopefully being much more efficient than our trucks. And the trucks will serve as resource distribution vehicles for our construction offices, which they will excel at. They can carry a lot. And that will cause fewer traffic issues at the customs house because they can carry so many resources for large construction tasks. That it will be less of an issue. I think I might have to make a change here with signals. Actually, no, it should be fine as long as we're not building. Well, we are building in this area, so another construction train could be on its way here. Man, this model is nice. Okay, what are the construction trains doing? There's one waiting, because there's another one somewhere. Supposedly. No, this one just moved out. And the other construction train, I don't know where it is. This one's almost done too. Exactly in time for actually moving out the train. So let's fast forward and let's try fast forwarding in this view. I haven't done that yet. I don't want to try fast forward in first person because that's going to probably make a lot of people nauseous. Maybe I'll do that at some point. I'll give an early warning if I do, for people to be able to look away in case they have a problem with that. Wait until unloaded, export. This is our new boards export. And it shows up in the train section of routes, so it doesn't need a specification that it is a train route. It's fine. Once this last section is done, we can send out the train and watch it, what it looks like when it is being loaded. 180 tons of boards. We'll have to wait for the train to go into the passing lane for this one to count as a free track. Very cool. Yeah, we can definitely have one, maybe two more train cars, and they will probably load fast enough. And it would ensure that we do run fewer exports per year, like the amount of export runs to the custom house, which will give the market some time to recover the price. But our throughput issue should not be the export route to the customs house anymore, which it wasn't at the first part anymore anyway, after we had 2 extra trucks coming in. This is a very fast train compared to what we had last run, which was only driving 40 kilometers an hour. 137 easily. So we will not earn a lot of money with this, but it will be a consistent stream of money, and it should be unaffected pretty much by inflation. Once we get back to 100,000 US dollars, if we can reach that, I will buy 2 more train cars. Because train cars are better than more trains in our situation, because they don't require maintenance. The train itself does. I wonder if a train maintenance goes up, the more train cars it's pulling. Maybe the engine power has something to do with that, I don't know. Cool, we actually have a train running. Thanks to the fast forward, it didn't take that long. It looks like we need another train car fairly early on. I guess we did save up a bunch of wood. So it's probably still not the train capacity that's the problem. I don't think it planted any trees. Now it is. Okay. A little bit of tree replanting. Man, running western trains. Unintended side effect of this run. We start from a western customs house, of course we have to run western trains. Our rail construction will be hindered by that because we won't have a large rail construction vehicle. At least I assume we don't have one available from that border. No, there's no train construction set. But yeah, that's pretty neat regardless. I also picked the correct color scheme. I didn't know the train cars were colored green. But this matches nicely. Very steep hill here, but we have a powerful engine, it's fine. And it goes uphill without any cargo, so it should be fine. It doesn't have any gameplay effect. If elevation has an effect on train operations, that would be interesting. Like if you go uphill with a train, I think it might. It probably simulates it, but like for actual operations, you don't notice it, I guess. I don't know if it slows down. Unloading is super slow. Okay, let's see if we start making a profit next month. This should also be more fuel efficient the more train cars we attach to it, so hopefully it'll work that way. Our existing trucks will be moved into construction offices to assist with delivery of machinery, equipment, and delivery of resources to construction site if necessary. Yeah, so, I mean, what else is there to say? Could have... Nah, this is too tight for a footpath. Some unemployment due to no access to a kindergarten. We still have a little bit of extra capacity in here that we can boost up. I mean, they might be outside of walking distance of this wall. Like, no, that is actually the case. And we don't have a footpath from this area to here. Would that help? Not really. What footpath are you taking? You're going out this way, up here, around, and then to these buildings. I guess some asphalt footpaths would probably solve this issue. Alternatively, I could consider building another kindergarten. Only one house is affected right now, this one. So I guess I'm not too fussed about it. About some people not having access to a kindergarten should be okay. At some point we can optimize it. Not right now. Okay, we still have to build our monument down here before they become too cranky. This one is the best option for us. 4.5% is exactly what we need. I don't want to go for any of the smaller ones. At the hardest difficulty we have to be very wary of loyalty issues. A little monument over here might be fine. if it can reach everything within a 90-meter distance. And that seems to be the case, so we can have the monument over on that end. Another quick check. Center to center of the building is not longer than 90 meters, so this will do nicely. Might look a little bit drab with only the same monument everywhere, but right now keeping the loyalty up as much as possible is of our utmost importance. The pub should give me a notification if it runs out of alcohol, which shouldn't really happen. The small truck that we have for it should be able to handle it. Looks like it decided no church. Oh, the real unfortunate. No church indeed. We don't have access to that kind of stuff. No churches. And yeah, the passing lane is paying for itself already. So we can have at least one construction vehicle out on track, whereas the other one is leaving room. We also can have another mixed signal over here, because this is basically a loading station for a train. And while it's stationed in that loading station, other trains can move out and do stuff. I kind of don't want to build this right now. I want to build this from the other side. Like, I want to build this from here, because this would move a train into the area and the passing track can't deal with that right now. Okay, we're making a little bit of a profit right now. I mean, most rail construction is done. Still exporting some to the east for some profit. Once we get to 100,000, as I said, I will buy 2 more train cars, which will make the train run less frequent, but hopefully give the market some time to recover its price. And then we'll have to start developing towards the iron ore mine, which most stuff has already been put in place, planning-wise. But we're still lacking electricity, water, sewage, and of course all of the buildings that are necessary to run this whole thing. And I will have to build this in a way where we have electricity. I don't need electricity for these two, I just need it for the loading station. This one is just have the lights on or off. But we might have to build one anyway, because the loading unloading station requires quite a bit of electricity, I would assume. We could cover everything if we had the line down here, but that's fine. I'll have one substation here and one here. It is a little bit inefficient because maintenance of the substation, I guess. And of course the construction costs, but I think it's okay. Do we have the power lines for it though? What kind of power consumption are we talking for the aggregate loading? 0.6 megawatts, 0.65 megawatts, which is exactly the small power line capacity. But it's basically the only building it's supposed to handle. And the mine should probably not take that much electricity anyway. 0.2 megawatts. I'm looking at the... If you look at this height, you see the environment pollution graphic. And 2 lines below that you see the maximum wattage in brackets circuit breaker is 187 kilowatts. Divide that by 1000, you get the megawatts. So I guess we could use a high capacity above ground wire or just an underground wire and split that up. 0.5 megawatts for this area, 1 megawatt for this area. Yeah, let's do that. Only here. So this will require the most electricity. And then the mine will require not as much. Could also use above ground wires for these. I guess I'm going to check how long the construction will take. But going towards town, I definitely want to use an underground wire. I'm not going to deal with that kind of nonsense in here. Let's go underground a little bit. And go through the town. Here. And connect this. 800 workdays, that's fine. 340 workdays, that's all fine. An excavator will be able to build that quite quickly. I guess we're going to set up the power right now, which is okay. And then maybe start working on the mine, which will take the longest before we start building the rest of the buildings. So the mine is going to take over the construction goal right now, not the tunnel. And once the mine is done, we can move over to building the storage, the loading station, and the waste storage, and the cargo train station, which hopefully everything will work as intended. We'll have to save up quite a bit of money until then, because we will need to buy another train with more train cars, some aggregate train cars, which we hopefully have. Cargo wagons. Yes, we have 90-ton open hopper train cars, so that will be plenty. 2 of them to start out with, another 50,000. Or this one, which is slightly less expensive, but I think this is more efficient. 15 meters for 90 tons versus 12 meters for 70 tons, which is better. I don't know. Oh, it's cool that you can recolor all of them. This is great. And then we need a waste wagon, which is not available. So the waste thing does not work right now because we don't have a waste wagon. How heavy are they? Can we carry one over from a customs house? Can't check that here because there's no rail connection. We only have those, and they are 13 tons, which can be carried. They should be carryable by the western vehicles, so we can pick up some of the waste cars and bring them over to the train depot, I would imagine. And we have to pay them in rubles, which is fine. This one is better. No, I think there are better waste cars becoming available at some point, so I think ES Waste will get another option, which is going to be more efficient. So we will buy them at that point. We'll require the road for that. But it doesn't have to be well, I guess we have gravel road already planned and I can't downgrade it to dirt road, so we will have to build the road to the customs house to actually carry the train cars over. But the concept still stands, and I believe we can carry the train cars with our trucks. If we check what we can load for, it doesn't say cargo wagon. Maybe we can't load them. Maybe it's not possible. Maybe we have to build a rail line to the eastern border to actually... Okay, I guess we have to build a train line to carry it instead of a road. Which means we have to build a train all the way up to this customs house. with our existing rail construction vehicles. Basically going past this depot and then along this way. It's not going to be too difficult, but it's going to be expensive and take a long time. Until then, we will have to tell our waste trucks to bring the waste elsewhere. This will not work until we have some waste cargo wagons, unfortunately. Still have over 100 flats, over 150 flats available, so no extra space needed right now. Average lifespan is going okay. Higher education is at 37% and rising. Happiness is 86. Government loyalty is pretty low. Some complaints about government loyalty are occurring. Complaints. They might need more buildings for spirituality. I know. I guess that might help them. We'll let some more workers into the indoor pool. Make sure that during winter they don't run into any capacity issues. Crime is slowly starting to pile up in the courthouse, but it's still being handled. Police station is running well. All of the cases are being handled on time. We have 1,300 citizens and we have a small police station. I'm very afraid that at some point this is going to fall over. But as long as we make sure that there are no escapes from prison, we should be fine. No escapes, and the people reintegrated have very low criminality. Should be able to keep us safe. I think that's what we need to keep in mind and mostly worry about. Otherwise, I feel like this train line is going to be a success. Well, I just looked at the money and it doesn't look like it. Well, we had a fabric import and a bunch of steel. Oh, we're still building a train track. Once this train line is done into the depot as a bypass route, rail construction should cease and we should require less materials for the time being and hopefully make a profit. Our clothing factory is running very efficiently. We're still not starting to pile up clothing for exports. We don't need an extra truck. And we have a lot of materials available domestically, for sure. I hope one truck is enough to keep up with the clothing imports. It does have to travel quite far. Seems like it has to travel consistently now to provide import materials, which I guess doesn't strike me as inefficient. I wonder if I should place a warehouse at some point, just to make sure that we can import some materials. I don't want to run the train for citizen goods right now, because I feel like that would be money spent that doesn't really give us any benefit. It would just reduce the traffic at the customs house, which we have already done by removing the log exports, basically. Let me put down a ground texture here to remove the grass. That should solve that. Yeah, once the rail construction is done, profits should go up a little bit. I mean, I think we're gonna make a profit regardless. It's $4,000 per delivery. We get more in rubles, but that's just the inflation talking. I think since our main currency is US dollars, we just have to keep exporting this. And yeah, the storage has run dry, basically. We can't load any wood in there, but wood isn't piling up anyway. It might be time to start thinking about upgrading these trucks to better ones. But then we also have more trucks that aren't used for anything and I don't know what to do with them. Selling them would cost us money. I could build a vehicle storage to move them in there and then have another larger vehicle pick them up and bring them to the customs house for selling as a used vehicle. Which might be a good practice to have that. maybe we can afford that. And then the wood export to the eastern border is very profitable. We basically reversed roles of our 10 pop challenge run, where the western border was profitable. This time it's the eastern border. I mean, if the aluminium is still priced the way it is, we can just keep trading that. Yeah, it's still more profitable in US dollars, so go ahead. And we're gonna get 2 more train cars after the next export, which has already happened. So you're gonna go into the depot. We'll trade some aluminium for 2 extra train cars and reduce the frequency of exports that way. Make the train more efficient because it's longer. We'll make the train as long as possible, I think. Even if the loading takes a little bit of a nosedive, I want this train to be a very efficient powerhouse of exporting. Right now it says it's... okay, no, this is just this in length. 59 meters. For 5 train cars we would be at 110 meters, plus this would be 125. Plus another train car would be 147. So we could have 6 train cars, I think, easily. Which means 4 more train cars. I don't think we can afford them right now. And I definitely don't want to take a loan. But I want to buy 2 more train cars. Export more aluminium, which hopefully works well with refueling, etc. Yeah, each aluminium export is worth 1 train car. So we'll have to run this 4 times. And it costs us 28,000 rubles per. 56, 70, it would basically take all of our money to get everything converted into 4 additional train cars right now. And then the export of lumber would be very infrequent, but I think it would give the market a lot of time to recover. Maybe we'll just use 5 train cars. Maybe 4. We'll start with 4 train cars, I guess. Hopefully I didn't make a measurement mistake somewhere on the train line. But I believe we will be fine. So I will send this one out again right away. And then buy 2 train cars. Use 4 and you can always add more later. Yes. Yes, that's true. Cargo wagon, center beam. That will be the full train for now. Also, what we haven't done yet is ride the train, which we are going to do from the customs house all the way to the depot. See what the area looks like. I guess this view is also maybe interesting. You don't see much when you come up the hill. Yeah, we'll see. I guess the train is going to face away from the town, so you're not going to see much, but we'll take a look. Traffic jam for... there's a vehicle repair happening, that's fine. Okay, our train is ready. Let's go to regular speed and go into first person. Let's see what we have. I need to take a drink too. I haven't drank in like a few hours. Yeah, I would like to smoothen that section of train line out. That looks a little bit steep, but right now money is
most as a high concern. Oh, this looks very smooth. Nice curved bridge. Very good. We'll have to get rid of that grass a little bit, I think. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky, but I think it looks nice. And then our wood cutting area to the left, and the depot on the right with a very steep ascent. Yeah, looks nice. Lots of grass on the train tracks when you're zoomed in though. Anyway, assemble the train and set it to custom line if it allows us to. No, it does not. Well then, why can't we set it to custom line? I guess I will just have to assign something and turn it into such a train route, and then it should be able to assign itself. It doesn't show up. There we go. Go here, go back to the depot, start running, and then we'll just assign you to that route. There you go. Excellent. I don't think the train cars had a coloring option, did they? They might have. But I guess this works well. So maybe before you assemble the train, you can actually color the wagons the way you want. Yes, you can. I guess we could go to the depot and do some respraying. Any preferences for colors? Let me know. Otherwise, we're gonna stick with green for now, and I'll change it to maybe yellow later. I think yellow might look nice, because it's gonna be a little bit more vibrant and easy to see when it runs past. Everything looks okay. I guess the train will have to wait quite a while for the production to catch up. Especially since the amount of trees is looking a little bit low. I do still believe that we have enough workers with only one worker per logging camp. The workers are not the capacity issue here. Oh yeah, it's almost fully loaded. I guess the truck and the train are fighting for who gets the boards. But whenever the train leaves, the truck should be able to fill up. The sawmill has good productivity. Should be doable. Also, we could use this truck and make sure it has the resources to load. Like, it could tell this truck to, when it comes back, go here, pick up wood, go to the sawmill. But that just means that the wood being produced here would be inside the logging camp again. So, over long term, it doesn't make any sense. It would just be a one-time benefit. 8,000 US dollars per train load of lumber. 4 train cars. Potentially 2 more train cars if we want to. Got a construction vehicle incoming. Yeah, we'll have to see if that together with even more decline in iron price. We'll have to see if that plus our clothing export actually can pull us out of the imminent debt spiral. I think our main import might be, excluding construction materials, might be food. It has to be, right? Well, fabric because we're turning that into money, but yeah, it's food. We imported 150,000 in fabric and we exported 230,000 in clothing, so that's a profit margin of 80,000 US dollars. Which is about as much as we're getting from boards. But yeah, I think we achieved the train line pretty quick. It felt like it was a pretty quick construction job. What creates fabric? A cotton farm? Fabric is created from chemicals which are used in conjunction with crops. So if we go into our resource overview and we check fabric, we use crops, chemicals and water inside a fabric factory which makes fabric. And then that together with some other resources can be used in vehicle repair stations or production lines. Or in the clothing factory. So fabric production could be something we do. And then backtrack towards crops, backtrack towards chemicals, slowly fill in all of the necessary materials ourselves. But I think an iron ore mine for some more diversity will be useful. Might that be more profitable than only importing fabric? Yes. Everything usually is more profitable than importing. Making a food factory is more profitable than importing food. The only problem is the construction cost is really high. And you need workers to run it. And you need to maintain it. So if you build a clothing factory with a fabric factory, and you only run it at 10%, the maintenance might be more than the maintenance of the building might be more than the profit you're making eventually, if you're not getting enough out of it. Crops into food is a really good example because crops are relatively cheap. A food factory turns 40 tons of crops into 20 tons of food approximately, so it's 2 crops into 1 food. So if you take the price of food, multiply it by 2, and you get less than the price of food, you're making a profit. Water price notwithstanding. Water also takes some time, some resources. Crops are 26 rubles, so we're talking about, let's say 52, let's say 55, let's say 60 rubles. Round that up to I don't know what. And food gives you 175. So that's a very high profit margin. But of course, if you start importing crops and exporting food, then the price of food is going to go down and the price of crops is going to go up. So it's a never-ending cycle. Ideally, you would like to produce everything yourself. But yeah, you get a very high profit margin with these things. It's just, can you sustain them? Our town can probably not sustain another industry. We barely have enough workers to sometimes run the clothing factory at full capacity. And then we need more workers for construction tasks, so it's a never-ending cycle of I need another resource because it's costing us too much in import. So we built that factory, we built another town next to it. We increase the amount of vehicles, we increase the amount of maintenance, so construction materials, citizen goods and fuel are starting to rise in price, so you need to build more stuff to deal with that. I think in our case the main problem is going to become fuel price and oil price, the way it looked like. Oh, it's starting to think about going down again. Maybe fuel is going to drop. Maybe. It would be nice. The fuel price has risen over 100% from 150 in the beginning over here to now 300 per ton. So it's quite expensive. But that should make it so if we start exporting oil, which I think I'm gonna work towards next before the iron mine, it should make that more profitable. As I said, road over here. into an oil well with a fire station, and then people... Basically a fire station as far away as possible. I think 2 kilometers or so is the range. So we could have the fire station next to the customs house pretty much. But I think I'll have it over here. Then 1 or 2 microbuses ferrying workers into the fire station, and then 1 western vehicle running oil exports, just so we can first off gain a little bit of profit from the increased fuel/oil price, and second, drive the fuel price down. At least our fuel storage is looking pretty good now. Hopefully that never burns down. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for this stream. So I'm going to take a break now. Ah, there we have a higher variety of Western vehicles incoming. So we get our Mark P model Cistern, which is the fuel truck that I wanted. And that one will be useful for developing towards the new oil field. I say oil field, it's probably going to be 1 oil pump, and then if the price doesn't go down, it's going to be a second one. And that should give us another source of income into rubles until we can hook it up to the train line and export it to the west instead. Because fuel and oil, like boards, usually don't drift apart as much, so it's usually better to export it to the west. Whereas other resources will start drifting apart, but we're still fairly early on, we're only 6 years in. It will take a while for that to take an effect. But once the ruble starts devaluing, purchasing vehicles from the east is going to become really expensive, whereas our US currency should stay nice and stable most of the time, as long as we have a form of income. Once we start exporting to the east, we can use that with aluminium from this customs house to the west to fund the construction of the train line to have a oil loading station here, and then export oil to the west directly. But yeah, as I said, that's going to be it for me for now, for today. Probably for today. I don't think I can start another stream. We'll have to see. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I don't know if anyone else is streaming right now. It's only German streamers. It's Achsteffen again, so if you would like to join a German streamer, we are going to raid Achsteffen, who has recently started to stream. And you can watch him play if you want. Say hi. He does know English. He can talk to you in English. He can write in English. It'll be fine. Let me find the train so I have something to take a picture of while we end. Actually, I can go into vehicle follow mode. Where is the train? Is it at the customs house? Yes, it is. Okay, we will let the train unload, go into follow mode, and end the episode like this. Thank you very much for watching. Stick around for the raid if you want. See you then.